Thank you for being here. I'd like to call this meeting of the King George Board of Supervisors to order.
I'd like to call to order the King George County Service Authority Board of Directors to order.
This time, we're going to stand for invocation led by Supervisor Sullins, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would you join me in prayer? Gracious Heavenly Father, it's good to be here tonight, Lord. It's good to see the folks that are here to participate and be a part of the direction our county goes. It's good to be up here with brothers and sisters, Lord, that care so much about what's going on here. God, I pray that you'll be with us tonight. I pray that you'll sprinkle your grace upon all of our conversations, that the things that we have to say will be both educational for one another and for the folks of the county, but also edifying and glorifying to you. Lord, give us wisdom to make good decisions and just bless our county. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First, are there any amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I have a request to strike action item 05-05, change order for new courthouse from the agenda under the Board of Supervisors agenda, as this has already been addressed.
So moved.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. This time we'll open the floor up to public comment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district in which you vote. It will be properly included in the public record. First up on the list, we have Sherman Davis.
Yes, I'm Pastor Davis. I vote in the Dahlgren District for the past many years anyway. I'm here tonight to encourage you about your most important appointment. We all make plans and planning commissions and planning boards and trying to get things done. Let me talk to you just a few minutes tonight about the most important one you'll ever make. The scripture says in 1 Corinthians chapter number 13 or 15, verse number 51, behold, I show you a mystery. A mystery in the New Testament is things that's been hidden in the Old Testament. Paul revealed the mystery of the cross. The Old Testament didn't see the cross of Christ. The New Testament, the Apostle Paul reveals the church, which was hidden in the Old Testament. And he also reveals the second coming of Jesus Christ. They knew about the first one, but the Jews thought there was going to be one coming, so he reveals the second coming. So he says, behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we all shall be changed. That's a good nursery verse. They not all sleep, but they'll all be changed. That's not the context, of course. But in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying, this that is written, death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? And the Bible, of course, tells us the answer in the next verse. The sting of death is sin. We're all lawbreakers. It hurts to die if you're a lawbreaker. And the strength of sin is the law. In other words, when we go to court, the law will testify against us. You go to court, the law can't save you. All the law can do is condemn you. And so the Apostle Paul says that the strength of sin is in the law, and it shows us that we are guilty. Next verse, thank God, says, but thanks be to God. Now, I have with me tonight, this is 13 pages, 50 names to a page that I have, funerals I have conducted in the last 48 years since I've been pastor at Tabernacle. I stopped this record in 2007. I have over 1,000. This is one I did yesterday, Mr. Barden. This is one I did the week before, Ricky Church. This is a 24-year-old young lady I did a while back. And I have 1,000 of these. And so I'm just saying to you tonight that death is real. We have a lot of plans. We have a lot of things we want to get done, a lot of things we want to accomplish. The greatest plan you can ever make in your life is to plan to prepare to meet the Lord Jesus Christ. So he says in verse number 57, but thanks be to God, which giveth us, talking about believers, the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. You want to go to heaven, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. You must go through him. And so be prepared for your greatest meeting, because one day you're going to meet face to face your Creator. God bless you. Thank you for your time. Amen.
Thank you. Next, I have James Morris.
Good evening. James Morris, Strawberry Lane, Dahlgren District. I have been a member of the IAFF, International Association of Firefighters, for 41 years. For those who do not know, the IAFF has a membership of over 350,000 in the US and Canada, covering 85% of the municipalities. There are over 10,000 members in Virginia, protecting 80% of the population of the Commonwealth. Contrary to comments made at the April 11th meeting, this is not a small organization. I am speaking tonight because I find the comments made by some of the members of this board at the April 11th session very disturbing. In 2000, the Commonwealth of Virginia enacted State Code 9.1-300, commonly known as the Firefighters and EMT Bill of Rights. I am not a lawyer, but some of the comments made came very close to, if not actually violating the state law, specifically Section 9.1-301, subsection 8. I highly recommend that the county attorney, the county administrator, the head of HR, and all members of this board review this statute. If needed, I am sure the IAFF or the Virginia Professional Firefighters would be more than happy to conduct a training session for you. Regarding the aid to local funds, this is not free money. Those funds come from my insurance premium. It is still money that comes out of my household budget. So please stop referring to it as free money. There is no such thing as free money. Whether it's funds or grants from the state or federal government, it all comes from us, the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anne Marie.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential 8. I want to thank every one of you for your service to the county, especially to Mr. Collins, Mrs. Kathy Bender, and Mr. Rizavi. A special thank you to Mr. Collins for finding Mr. Rizavi to check the finances. He does an amazing job. Doing the finances is a hard job, but I am worried about Mr. Rizavi's leaving, who is going to keep up with his work. Taking care of the finances is a hard job, especially when it's not your money. I will appreciate it if the people doing the finances keep up with the good work done by Mr. Rizavi. Pay down the debt of the Service Authority. Its finances has been in chaos for many years, but it will be nice if they fix things that they need to be fixing, as well as taking care of the debt. The Service Authority needs a good general manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Arne Eliason.
Hi, my name is Arne Eliason. I'm in the James Madison District. I'd like to start by thanking each of the members of the Board of Supervisors for your hard work. You guys are committed. You're putting in a lot of hours. You do a really excellent job. So personal thank you to each of you. Tonight I'd like to speak about water. It's a topic dear to my heart. I looked up a bunch of things to make remarks tonight. I learned that the Eastern Virginia Groundwater Management Area is what we belong to sort of supervise our use of water, and they do it through the Department of Environmental Quality. And any entity that draws more than about 300,000 gallons of water per month has to get a permit from the DEQ. Because of that, the DEQ monitors groundwater usage very carefully, and they can impose restrictions about any time they want on overuse if overuse occurs. Now, the U.S. Geological Survey also provides data, and they have a very useful interactive website where you can look up some of the things I'm going to tell you that I read about today. For example, in Matthias Point, which is in the Potomac Aquifer, current water levels as of February of this year, the water level was about 154 feet below the land surface, and that is an historic low. To put that into perspective, groundwater back in 1969 was about 70 feet. So it's way more than twice as deep now to get water if you want to drill a well there. There's a trend graph that you can find with regard to Matthias Point, and it shows a very steep and steady decline in the level of the water. It's an alarming picture if you look it up. At the Dahlgren site, the most recent water level, which was November of 2024, was near the historic low. And for reference, it was about 50 feet, and back in 1992 it was around 29 feet. The graph again shows very steep and steady decline in groundwater. Similar measurements are available for Sparta, Virginia, Fort A.P. Hill, now Fort Walker, Virginia, on the Aquia Aquifer. And if you look at these things, you'll just be saying, my goodness, where is the water going? We're using it up, and it's not being replenished at this pace that we're using it. Recently, Caroline County proposed withdrawing about 13.9 million gallons of water per day from the Rappahannock River to meet the growing needs for residents and businesses, particularly pumping water down to Ladysmith and Carmel Church areas. Their proposal included putting in a water intake facility on the river's south bank near Tidewater Trail, along with a 35-mile pipeline to transport the water to a treatment plant. More later. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Art. Ryan McGill.
Ryan McGill, Shiloh District. Good evening, members of the board. In the past, I've come before you to talk about things like increasing the meals tax rate to help offset the budget's shortfall, or my concerns over the health and safety risks of the battery energy storage facility that was recently approved. Tonight, though, I feel the need to speak out not only as a King George resident, but as a member of the IFF. I'm deeply concerned with the comments that were made in a recent public meeting regarding the desire of some on this board to discipline the president of IAFF Local 4438 for educating the public about the proposed budget cuts to the Fire and Rescue Department. In previous public comments, I've asked that you work with your firefighters because they have access to resources that could help you in your decision-making process on issues that impact public safety, like the energy storage project. To my knowledge, that did not occur. Now we have this budget issue, where again it appears no one communicated with our firefighters about the proposed budget cuts or the idea of using the Assistance to Localities grant funding to make up for these cuts. Had you reached out to them, you would have learned that this idea could create additional issues for the county. You see, the IFF is not some little club like some of you may think. We're an organization of over 356,000 career firefighters. We solve some of the most complex issues in communities and our nation, all while doing it in a professional manner, day in and day out. As firefighters, we do not go out looking to create problems. That said, when there's an issue that impacts our members or the public we serve, we have a duty to act. IFF firefighters, like King George's, have worked to solve issues on the national level, like the Social Security Fairness Act, which has helped members of our community finally be able to collect the benefit that they paid for but couldn't collect for so many years. We've taken on chemical industries over PFAS, a chemical that has been poisoning our members and communities across this country. Locally, when the largest hospital group in our region and a major national insurance carrier couldn't come to a contract agreement, leaving some in our community without coverage, our members organized, engaged with top executives, and worked with local media to get both parties back to the negotiation table. Lastly, our members are currently engaged in research, thanks to our elected officials down in Richmond, that will help determine the best method to detect cancer in its earliest stages. These findings of this study will help save countless lives. Again, the firefighters are not a small club. In closing, I'm asking you again to please meet with your firefighters, establish open lines of communication, go spend a shift with them and learn about what they do for our community, and please work with them on the budget so we don't make a costly mistake. One last thing, adjusting the meals tax rate to 6% like neighboring jurisdictions will generate nearly an additional $1 million for this county. Please move to put this on the agenda.
Kristen Beverly.
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors, public citizens, and my fellow IAFF brothers and sisters. My name is Tristan Beverly, and I stand before you proudly as the president of King George Professional Firefighters and Paramedics, Local 4438. Tonight, the Little Union Club stands with me as I speak in defense of a fundamental American right, our First Amendment. That amendment doesn't protect only easy and agreeable speech. It protects speech that holds power accountable, makes those in authority uncomfortable, and as the Supreme Court ruled in Garrison versus Louisiana, speech concerning public affairs is more than self-expression. It is the essence of self-government. When board members call citizens liars, dismiss organized labor as a little club, or imply retaliation for social media posts, that's not leadership, that's intimidation, and it's unconstitutional. In Pickering versus Board of Education, the court made it clear that public employees do not give up their right to speak on matters of public concern. And in New York Times versus Sullivan, the right to criticize public officials is the central meaning of all of our First Amendments. You may not like what I have to say, and that's fine. But using insults or pressure to silence speech violates both the Constitution and public trust. I mean, silencing county employees means that the community won't hear about important issues that affect their safety and well-being. I mean, issues that experts in the field can actually say. Let me be clear, our union doesn't exist here to intimidate, but it's obvious that some on this board have no problem using intimidation against us, concerned citizens, or businesses that want to invest in this county. That's not leadership, it's control. We've asked to meet with you. Supervisor Sullins, you've been the only one that consistently follows through, and I thank you for that. But others cancel or fail to show up at their own business without explanation. I have the emails if you want the proof. If meetings won't happen outside this boardroom, our only options becomes public comment and Facebook. You've called our posts half-truth, but the information came directly from publicly available county sources. So if a half-truth is a lie, whose lie was it? For the citizens, I want to make it clear, regardless of what happens here, our firefighters will still show up on your worst days with full commitment and professionalism, because that's who we are and that's why we do the job that we do. To the board, while I will always speak firmly when advocating for our members and for what is right, we're willing to work with you, not just in public, but through scheduled, honest conversations. When mutual respect and communication are prioritized, working alongside experts in their field, we can make real progress in strengthening public safety across this county for everybody. I understand that only 2 board members can meet at once, and that's perfectly fine. But nothing stops you from meeting under that rule. If you're willing, we're ready. We must meet, we must talk, and we must stop avoiding difficult conversations just because they're uncomfortable. The ball is in your court. Thank you for your time.
Elliot Ganson, please.
Good evening, Chairman Davis, members of the board. My name is Elliot Ganson, and I am a resident of Stafford County. I rise today as a member of King George Professional Firefighters and Paramedics, Local 4438, on a serious matter of public concern, the delivery of fire suppression and EMS services to this community. My comments today are my own and do not represent or reflect the opinion, policy, or position of my employer. This is a pivotal moment in time for the relationship between the Board of Supervisors, the county, and Local 4438, and you have the power to decide the path forward. Comments and threats of retaliatory disciplinary action made by supervisors during the April 11th budget work session were designed and intended to intimidate, threaten, and discipline members of Local 4438 for a Facebook post made by our organization and letter stating concerns about publicly available proposed budget reductions which could have negative effects on fire and EMS services. A budget which was available to anyone on the county's website. These threats affect community safety because they place unnecessary stress on members and discourages employees from staying with the department. And an understaffed department places firefighters, EMS providers, and the community at risk. The issue we face today has nothing to do with the county's budget or budget allocation for specific departments. It has everything to do with the unconstitutional affront on members of Local 4438's First Amendment rights. The Facebook post that we published on April 11th cited publicly available information directly from the county website, not some insider information that only employees would have had access to. Let's pretend for a second that Local 4438 as an organization did not exist. Do citizens not have the right to post on Facebook or other social media about matters of public concern? Well, you're probably not going to believe me, but you might believe that both the Fourth Circuit, of which Virginia is a part of, and Ninth Circuit Courts of Appeals have held that Facebook is a public forum and citizen speech should not be censored or infringed upon. Public employees do not necessarily give up their First Amendment rights because they are public employees. We make it very clear when speaking here and on social media that we do not represent the county or the Department of Fire Rescue and Emergency Services. The work that we do requires public trust. We encounter information every day that is confidential, and we would never disclose confidential information. We take our responsibilities seriously. However, we will not be intimidated, and we will not be silenced on matters of public concern. I urge you to stop the threats of retaliatory disciplinary action to members of Local 4438 and instead work with us to help improve fire and emergency services in this county. At the same time, I can say with confidence what won't stop. Me and my colleagues' dedication and commitment to high standards of professionalism and in protecting this county. Every day and night, we are there to answer the call, and we will continue to do so. Thank you for your time.
Carolyn McGee.
My name is Carolyn McGee, and I'm being heard today as a member of King George Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Local 4438 on a serious matter of public concern, the delivery of fire suppression services to members of this community. My comments today are my own and do not represent or reflect the opinion, policy, or position of my employer. Firefighters and paramedics wake up every single day with one purpose and one job: to serve our fellow human beings. Every single minute that we're serving, the possibilities of getting killed or maimed exponentially increase because of how we must accomplish this goal. We face getting burned, assaulted, run over. We see death and trauma. We miss out on family events. We're stricken with higher instances of cancers, higher rates of depression, higher divorce rates, and the list goes on. This profession is one of the most stressful, mentally damaging, and challenging jobs in the world. And what I would like to explicitly highlight is that if our drive and commitment to help people by providing exceptional service and leading by example wasn't worth more than our ability to withstand suffering through these challenges day in and day out, then we would find another way to live. Yet, we are still here. Our commitment is shown through the many people who have been doing this for so many years and are still here in King George doing it. However, to remain committed through these obstacles and to continue providing exceptional public services, we need your support. To hear board members of this county say in public, "I'm not sorry to see employees leave," is the opposite of support and does not help in fostering commitment to serve this county. When board members attempt to silence public concerns, either from our profession or outside our profession, such as teachers, by publicly threatening disciplinary actions through the superintendent or chief, that takes away our rights as citizens and it puts the public at risk because it makes it more likely that public servants are going to stay silent instead of bringing important issues to the public's attention. Expressing public concerns in public is our right, and illustrates the fact that our main goal is to provide the best services as possible. And we are still here. Part of this investment to our commitment includes funding. Manipulating and calling changes to the 25-26 fiscal year budget, whatever term you want to call it, cuts, decreases, etc., has only one bottom line, which is that not fully funding everything that is requested and needed to keep us safe, keep us trained, and keep us staffed in order to serve the public is a public concern, which makes this our concern. Our union has been accused of, quote, causing community havoc, which is usually our goal, end quote. In fact, our efforts here in the past and our comments tonight only serve to do the opposite, which is to tell the full truth. If our public comments elicit increased citizen contact to their leaders, then that is what I would consider to be a function that falls within the everyday responsibilities of county board members to address. With attempts to meet with every board member having gone mostly unanswered, we are forced to have our voices heard publicly. There are other ways to provide this monetary support other than to raise taxes. We must work together to make this happen. We are still here.
John Simmons.
Good evening. My name is Sean Simmons, James Madison District. I'm here tonight as a concerned International Association of Firefighters Local 4438 member. I'd like to address several comments made by the members of this board during the April 11th budget work session. Supervisor Collins, you stated that Local 4438 can't just be causing community havoc. Chairman Davis, you claimed that Local 4438 doesn't ever put anything out to make you look good. They try to pressure and bully. In response, I'd like to review the Facebook page of Local 4438 going back to December of 2024. Ms. Fish handed some packets out that were put together for your perusal. I'd like to share just a few of the posts that show consistent effort to educate, inform, and support the community. April 4th, a tutorial on how to properly use a fire extinguisher. April 2nd, raising awareness about cancer risks in the fire service. March 28th, candle safety tips. March 24th, highlighting teen mental health resources. March 5th, supporting the Sheriff's Office fundraiser for Special Olympics. February 2nd, promoting fire department recruitment. January 27th, informing the public about norovirus and hand washing. January 3rd, encouraging families to develop home fire escape plans. December 29th, thanking the board for approving the Company 2 fire station. December 27th, promoting holiday drunk driving prevention. December 26th, acknowledging the EMS-only staffing solution implemented by Chief Moody. December 23rd, education on safe storage of prescription medicines around children. December 20th, sharing Christmas tree light safety tips. December 16th, RSV virus awareness. December 15th, organizing and hosting a Wreaths Across America event honoring over 250 veterans at Historyland Memorial Park, which Mr. Stork came and brought to your attention and was put together by Mr. Ganson, who previously spoke. Thanking county HR employees for their service on December 13th. December 2nd, promoting flu vaccine awareness. So to suggest that this type of community outreach is anything less than constructive is, in my opinion, unfair and inaccurate. These posts show a pattern of professionalism and a sincere desire to serve and protect. When Local 4438 shared concerns about the proposed budget, they did so using the same public information posted on the county's own website. They added their perspective on how the budget could affect public safety, a responsibility they take very seriously. These are indisputable facts. Firefighters and EMS personnel operate in a world where public trust is essential. They routinely handle sensitive and confidential information with discretion and professionalism.
Mitch Nason. Said that right?
You nailed it. Appreciate it. Mitch Nason, I'm a resident of Stafford County, but I am a visitor to your beautiful county. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the board, executive staff from King George, thank you very much for letting us come out. My name is Mitch. I'm the district vice president of the Virginia Professional Firefighters, servicing the areas from King George through Stafford, Fredericksburg, Spotsylvania, Prince William County, where I'm also the president of our local, all the way out towards Winchester, Frederick, Warren County. I'm happy to say that my brothers and sisters here in King George asked some of us to come out and share some stories and just show some solidarity to them as they address you all this evening. And I'm ecstatic to see that we showed up. So I've got a couple members from my local in Prince William County, but we have folks from as far away as Winchester, Orange County, Stafford, Spotsy, and really what that means is that we're all one big family. President Beverly asked me to come and specifically talk about collective bargaining. I said, hey, no problem. I have no problem sharing the success story that we have in Prince William County. Collective bargaining was outlawed in the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, back in 1977. That date sticks in my mind because that's also the same year that our local was formed. It was 1977. 45 years later, that ban was repealed. It gave it a local option for local individual boards just like your own to make the decision to allow collective bargaining to occur. After several years of advocacy in Prince William County, we were successful in doing so, and we now are protected by a contract, which I can say is an absolutely wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing for us as employees, but I think, quite frankly, it's a wonderful thing for the elected officials there in Prince William County, because for almost 2 decades, this is how I would advocate, is publicly at public comment time. But then getting to sit down at the table with our elected officials and our executive county staff led to a dialogue that I think at the end of the day made Prince William a better place to live, work, and play. And I think you have the same opportunity here in King George. I'm remiss for not starting this way, but let me say to each one of you, specifically as the elected officials, never mind the executive staff, thank you. Thank you for your service. There's oftentimes people would say, Mitch, you should probably run for elected office. I couldn't imagine doing it. I'm solely focused generally just on firefighting, and you all are asked to weigh so many different avenues. And at the end of the day, you're entrusted with the public's money in doing so. And for that, thank you. Thank you for your service to the community. With our collective bargaining contract, one of the biggest things that I'm incredibly proud of in Prince William County that I can hang my hat on is that we were able to secure paid medical leave. We were able to get time off for our folks that stay home in the event of a birth of a child or significant injury. So a contract or collective bargaining is not about Cadillac pension plans or demanding more pay. It's about being fiscally responsible within your locality. King George is unique, the same way that Stafford, Prince William, Fauquier, Fairfax are. And so I would certainly encourage you all to sit down with your firefighters and open that dialogue to reach a good conclusion. And fire service, if you don't mind just 1 second, we have this saying that says, I'm not here for me, I'm here for we, and we are here for them being the public. So thank you very much for your time. Good luck with the rest of your deliberation.
Thank you. James Shaw.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, columnist for the Northern X Sentinel, citizen journalist, kgmedia.top, not speaking on my capacity as EDA member. New hat. Optimist. Had no idea what I was walking into when I put this together. It's easy to be a pessimist. The pessimist can sit on the sidelines and criticize all day. They don't have to take responsibility for success or failure. Social media is loaded with people who live in that Eeyore world from Disney's Jungle Book. Oh no, we're gonna get sued. It will cost a lot of money. The sky is falling. We should have just played dead and given in. And then there are the optimists among us. Never saw an impending disaster that could not be creatively turned around into an opportunity. Opportunity awaits the bold. Opportunity awaits the fearless. Opportunity awaits those of you with the steely-eyed resolve to do the hard, do the needed, do that which will become the best for all King George citizens. Which leads to number 4 of the 5 Elon Musk manufacturing principles. Accelerate cycle time. Time is money. So if one can speed things up without sacrificing quality, do it. That lets you move on to more important and diverse tasks and projects. And interestingly enough, we just did this acceleration thing with the budget. We squished the timeline, and tonight the team is set to approve the King George County FY26 operating budget. Thanks for all your hard work, and do pass that on to all the quiet people in the trenches who crunched all those numbers in recent months. God bless the King George Renaissance, where accelerating cycle time means more efficient county operations with a low tax rate for all King George citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Shaw. We also have a special guest here tonight. Is Charlie back there? Yeah, stand up real quick for us. 5 months old, right? All right, congratulations. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Babies make people happy, so my dad taught me that. All right. Yeah, we had a soda explode back here. So let's move on to, we're going to close public comment. Thank you, everyone, for speaking. We're going to move on to reports of members of the board. Mr. Lee Robotham.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. So it's good to see everybody here at the board table again. We've had quite a long break. I think it's been 3 weeks since we've seen everybody, and it's great to see so many faces in the crowd this evening. I know we certainly appreciate that. So over the last 3 weeks, we've had some time to, I think, go through a number of items. I was able to visit a few of the Service Authority sites, and to keep it short, there's challenges, right? There's challenges we've been working at this for a little over a year and a quarter now, and it seems we accomplish one thing, something else fails, so we move from one problem to the next. And I just want to say we have some great folks on the team here at the Service Authority that do a lot to try and keep things running and get the job done. They have a tough job, and they do a good job at what they do. So in reference to the gentleman that spoke about the groundwater, I know that is something we're currently limited with DEQ. I think we have 13 years left on our current groundwater permits to move to surface water. And surface water around here, as you said, it's going to be challenging. So I think there's a number of challenges ahead that we will have to incorporate into the Service Authority comprehensive plans to make sure that we actually do what we need to do to service this county. Also, along the last couple weeks, I had the ability to support the findings of meeting potential new general managers for the Service Authority, and I do want to say there are some very bright individuals around here that want to help service King George, and that was a good thing to see, good thing to have. And I will close with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stroud.
Thank you, sir. So first, I'd like to thank everybody that came out tonight, and especially the firefighters. I know of nobody that doesn't appreciate what you do and the dedication that you have, so thank you. I guess fun things first. Last night I attended the family day. I'm sorry, last weekend I attended the family day, and I was able to avoid the rain, but had a good time speaking to people and especially eating the food from a number of the food trucks. And as it always seems to be, it's a good time to spend with everybody. Last night I attended the Farm Bureau Legislative Appreciation Dinner, and that too was a very good time. Always enjoy the people that show up there. Kindred spirits, and we were there during the heavy rainstorm, so that was exhilarating at the same time. The food, the wine, fellowship was all good, and the topics that are discussed, with the challenges that we face here in King George, everywhere, really the nation as a whole, with China buying up our farmland and such. But here in King George and the challenges that we have with trying to maintain our rural nature, but trying to keep our farmland farms, I guess. And then I also authored a letter of direction, which all the supervisors have signed, to the county administrator, which provides the processes and procedures for the county to use in accounting for the equipment in the county. So those who have been to our meetings over the past year, especially, but whenever we came into office, we realized that the county doesn't have a means for tracking, accounting for, or maintaining the property. So if something's purchased right now, there's really no record to identify, you know, where it's at, when it was purchased, what the maintenance status of it is. I'm talking holistically. But now what this letter of direction does is it provides those processes and procedures for the county administrator to use and throughout the county, and it provides the guidance for department heads and such to account for that stuff. So there's a lot of work to be done, but we're moving in a path forward there. So that's all I've got, sir.
I have to pause for a second and just open public comment up just for a second. Do I have anyone online? I'm sorry, I forgot about that. You didn't. Did you want to speak, sir? I know you hadn't signed up. Did you want to? Okay, I apologize for that. My own fault. I usually asked and I moved on. If you want to stand up real quick and speak, I have no problem with that.
Sure. My name is Thomas Chalkham. I live in the James Madison district, and thank you, Ken, for following up. I'm a hard guy to get a hold of, probably because I fly jets for a living. You don't get cell reception at 30,000 feet. Anyway, it's about Hop Yard Farms. I know there's ongoing litigation. I'm not looking for anybody to make a comment. I'm just asking that some mediation be made sooner than later. I feel like the builder developer, Payne LLC or Hazel, may have misled us, because we were told that it was in our proffers that this property was the development of the Hop Yard Trail for the public of King George was going to be turned over, and it was to allow them to build, as well as them reconstructing the boat ramp, which was later turned over to DWR. So I know that that matter can't be brought up again because of the rules, but I would like to see that item be mitigated in some way so it doesn't cost everybody in the county. And I want to leave you with one number, 898. That is the number of homes that are in Hop Yard Farms. That's not voters, that's homes, so multiply times 2. So a little under 1,900 in James Madison. So, you know, not a good look. Again, I don't think the board was aware, because quite honestly, the residents of Hop Yard really didn't know. We were told that the county was not responding to the builder until I came down and pulled the public record in April 18th, which the 17th was our board meeting. So I'm going to see if I can get Ken invitations to our board meetings so you can hear more from, you know, your constituents. I appreciate your time. Appreciate the firefighters. That was my first job in the Marine Corps, 7051, aircraft rescue firefighting. I don't know if any of you ever did that. You know, and by the way, thanks for the smells and bells. Sorry, I was just changing batteries in my smoke detector. So you guys showed up quick. That's it.
All right, thank you. Ryan?
Hey, Ryan Gilchrist with Open Road Renewables. We're proposing the utility scale solar project in the Shiloh district. I just wanted to make a quick announcement. We're holding a community meeting next week, next Wednesday. We were given the opportunity to attend a citizens meeting last week, and we were given the opportunity to actually respond to questions during the meeting, which I thought was really constructive. And the two big topics that came up mostly were how the on-site sheep grazing operation would work, and also how the stormwater runoff could be mitigated during construction. So we're going to hold a meeting on those two topics next Wednesday at the King George Citizen Center. Doors will open at 5:30. Presentation at 6. We'll have the room till 8. so that we can do question and answer. So I wanted to just announce that publicly. We'll post it on the King George community group tomorrow as well. And if you have any constituents who are interested, please do tell them. If you have any topics you'd like to add to the agenda, please let me know, and we can go ahead and do that. So that's it. Any questions?
Good. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you, Dave.
Harry?
Good evening, Perry Bow and Shiloh District. And I'm here to support our friends and neighbors, the firefighters. And I'd like to bring up something that's not quite so glamorous. My father lived to be 90 years old. He weighed 300 pounds, was 6'4". He slipped out of the bed one day. The EMT showed up and the fire truck showed up because they needed help to put him back in the bed. They were sweet and wonderful, nothing glamorous, no fires to put out, none of that. Second floor. Then the next day, my father was hard-headed. I get it naturally. He slipped out of the bed in the morning. They showed up, put him back in bed. Lunchtime, same thing. In the evening. So 4 times in a day. So everybody, when you begin to think about the fire department, and I've heard the comment about too many calls and this, that, and the other. There are a lot of amazing, wonderful things they do that don't involve putting out fires. So they need to be supported and loved and appreciated. And everyone that I'm seeing, everyone that I talk to, whether it's the fire department or sheriff's department, are underpaid and underappreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Any members of the board received any correspondence? All right, then I'll close. I already asked him. No one online? All right, then I'll close public comment again. Mr. Stroud, being that someone from your district spoke directly to you, I'm going to allow you to continue your comment to speak on that matter.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming out tonight, Tom. So we are not able to bring that matter back up right now because we're being sued for them. So, but we do care about the people and what's going on there. We just need to let things work out. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Collins.
My name is T.C. Collins. I represent the James Monroe district. Not speaking. I'm speaking as a representative of the James Monroe district and not for the board. I appreciate everyone coming out. I thank the firefighters for what they do. When we had public comment, we heard a lot about the First Amendment. I ask you all in the audience and at home to read what the First Amendment says. Please read the case law in regards to the First Amendment. So there's provisions in that document that allow complete free speech. There's provisions in that document that control what someone says when they work for someone. There's documents such as the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution, unreasonable search and seizures, and the case law that goes with it. So it says unreasonable search and seizures. So you have to read all the case law to understand what that means, what reasonable is. Same thing with cruel and unusual punishment. Same thing with the First Amendment. So I encourage everyone to read it and read the case law especially that backs up what is our First Amendment rights. The gentleman from Hopyard, Mr. Stroud said we're not allowed to speak of it because there's been a lawsuit in regards to that. We'll be having 3 closed meetings tonight. One was on Hopyard, One's on Amazon and one's on, I think, the firefighter. Isn't that correct? Firefighter, yeah. So a lot of times when we go into closed session, people leave. And so they don't get to hear what is anything that we can only decide things in public. We can talk about things in private as it regards to the provisions of the closed meeting law in the FOIA. So I would encourage everyone to stay until the end. Thank you, sir.
Bender?
Thank you very much. And just to apologize, you won't see me standing a lot because we were laughing up here because I tried to open this Coke bottle and I spilled it all over myself. So don't ever wear light pants when you do that. So anyway, I would like to thank everyone who came out and spoke tonight. I always appreciate hearing from everyone. I do want to thank all of our staff and departments for putting on Family Day and our fire and rescue and law enforcement that helped support the event. Thank you. It was a lot of people spoke very highly of the event. I do want to give a shout out to Ms. Cobb's son, Jeffrey, and his great performance in How to Succeed Without Really Trying. Did I get the title right? I have been to the plays at King George since, I think, 2004, and that is the first time I've ever seen a lead get a standing ovation from the crowd. So I wanted to point out that boy can really act, and he did a really nice job, and I want to compliment Ms. Cobb's son, because I went up to him and said, I've never seen that before, somebody get a standing ovation from the crowd, so I wanted to acknowledge that. I also got to attend the opening of the farm at Eagle Ridge. That is the place that's going to support our military, federal, state, local government, and our own fire and rescue and sheriff's office. It was a cool event. There were people there from different countries, including Mexico and the Dominican Republic, and they went and showed a lot of the things that they'll be doing to help support the United States and our local law enforcement and fire and EMS. And they also, our local groups had demonstrations there at the event that a lot of people went to. I did attend the National Day of Prayer, and also attended the VACO Board of Directors spring meeting in James City County. It's a lovely sports and entertainment complex. I'd love to bring here. It was very small, and they were supporting their sports tourism by wanting to get a lot of kids to be able to do events there, like lacrosse games, even pickleball, and make it open so have a community center for the community. And from what I'm understanding, Mr. Smoldick, when he was at James City County, helped with their small town village they call it Newtown, in developing that. So that was cool to talk to them about their ideas and how they implemented them. I also would like to bring up, I have been reached out to by quite a few folks about the access road over at what they used to call the Circle on Route 205 and the big holes that are there near the businesses. One of the, I did reach out to VDOT, going back to the 1970s when the Safeway was built there. It is a private road, and they have reached out, and people from the governor's office have reached out to those businesses about that topic. So right now it's at there. It is a private road. It is not owned by VDOT or by the county. So that's still in process of what's going to be the solution to filling those very large potholes. But it is a private property. Did I do the proclamation? Just so I was speaking. So this proclamation that comes later in the agenda, I want to address it. You might see me, I would have stood up, but not standing up now. The green jacket and the shirt I'm wearing. So I have asked Mr. Davis as the chairman if I could have a proclamation for celiac awareness. So in December of 2023, as the shirt said, my whole world changed. I was diagnosed with celiac disease. Unfortunately, that's a disease I think that's worse than having a peanut allergy, because you can't eat any wheat, rye, or barley, or it makes you very sick. And when I was diagnosed, I didn't even know it. And I'm that person now that goes to an event and says, how'd you cook that? What are the ingredients? And I even have a scanner on my phone that shows me where I can scan a barcode and see the ingredients. People don't realize that wheat is not only in food, it is in tea bags, because that's what they make the tea bags out of. Flavoring in teas and coffees has wheat in it. Suntan lotion, lip balm, shampoo. You would be surprised that they put wheat in as a chemical. And for some of us, the 1% of the world who has it, it is mostly genetic. Unfortunately, it causes a lot of grief with your gut, but it is, you make a choice when you get diagnosed. You could either learn to live with it and change your whole diet and lose 45 pounds. That was a big plus of that one, but don't follow the diet. I don't recommend it because you don't want celiac. But it is, you make the choice, because if you don't, you're higher risk of cancers. And you know, there are still some side effects left over. They call them the sisters of celiac. And those are all the other things that you can get, like ADHD and stuff, because of your inability to absorb nutrients. But I wanted to highlight it because it's important for those that have celiac, just to educate the public, because, you know, a lot of people think of the peanut allergies and that, but don't realize there are other food allergies. There is no cure for it. There is no vitamin, no medicine that you can have for celiac disease. You just have to eat differently if you want to choose to live. So that's what I did. It makes it challenging, especially when you go out. As my colleagues know, is when they ask to go to lunch or something, I'm like, hey, are they gluten friendly? Have they prepared it right? Miss Fisher's really great about finding special places that you can have lunch. And I thank those businesses in King George that can accommodate people like me, because it is hard trying to find food, especially in a quick way. But I want to read this citation just quickly for recognizing May as Celiac Awareness Month. Whereas celiac disease is a serious genetic autoimmune disorder triggered by the consumption of gluten, a protein found in wheat, barley, and rye, affecting an estimated 1 in 133 people worldwide, many of whom remain undiagnosed. And whereas undiagnosed and untreated celiac disease can lead to significant health complications, including damage to the small intestine, malnutrition, anemia, osteoporosis, infertility, neurological issues, and increased risk of certain cancers. Whereas the only treatment for celiac disease is a strict, lifelong gluten-free diet, requiring significant lifestyle adjustments and ongoing vigilance in food selection and preparation. And whereas increasing public awareness and understanding of celiac disease is crucial for promoting early diagnosis, improving the quality of life for individuals living with this condition, and supporting their families. And whereas recognizing the challenges faced by individuals with celiac disease and fostering supportive environments in schools, workplace, restaurants, and communities is essential for their well-being and full participation in society. Whereas Celiac Awareness Month provides a valuable opportunity to educate the public about the symptoms, diagnosis, and management of celiac disease, and to highlight the importance of research and support for those affected. Whereas King George County is committed to promoting the health and well-being of all its residents, including those living with celiac disease. Now, therefore, be proclaimed by the King George Board of Supervisors that the month of May 2025 be recognized as Celiac Awareness Month in King George County, Virginia, and that residents are encouraged to participate in activities and initiatives that promote celiac awareness, understanding, acceptance, and inclusion throughout the month of May and beyond. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. You can do that if you want.
Thank you.
Mr. Sullins.
Thank you, sir. All right, quick report on what y'all been paying me for the last couple of weeks. I got to attend a special service authority board yesterday where we got to interview a candidate for a general manager for the service authority. Very nice gentleman, and I enjoyed that event. Got to walk around the farmers market last weekend, so I'm glad that's back open. And I'll be looking forward. Actually, this Saturday I'm going to be out of town. I'm celebrating my 30th anniversary. God really blessed me with an awesome, very patient lady. But the following Saturday I'll be back in town, and probably back at the farmers market. And if anybody wants to have breakfast with me, I'll be more than happy to join you. Got to attend a solar farm discussion at the Citizen Center this past week. I didn't get to stay but a couple of hours, but pretty much everybody who was speaking at that I've talked to at least once, twice, or in some cases a half a dozen times. So it was good to see the faces, and what I really appreciated was everybody coming together and exchanging information and ideas without getting angry with one another. So that was very nice. George Washington Regional Council meeting, and then electoral appreciation dinner at the Back Porch Vineyard. If you've never been out there to that place, it's really nice. Some good folks and a nice place to have dinner. For the folks that are here tonight that spoke, thank you very much, Pastor Shaw, Pastor Davis. Thank you, gentlemen, for keeping us grounded and always looking forward and always looking upward. I appreciate the kind words y'all bring each week. Ms. Lavelle, thank you for the thoughts on the finances. I know we're all going to miss Mr. Razavi when he leaves, but I promise you, he is leaving behind a very talented, very well-equipped team, and Mr. Smolnick, Ms. Cobb, and Ms. Dillard, and the folks that support their team. So we're in good hands, I promise. But thank you for staying on it. I appreciate that too. Mr. Eliason, the comments on the water, I agree. the aquifer's draining fast, and the bulk of that though is coming from a couple of paper mills that are drawing the water straight from the aquifer, and then adding these data centers all around Virginia. That's not going to help it much either. So these are definitely things that we need to be concerned about. Mr. McGill, I appreciate the comment on the meals tax. Just to clarify for folks, this is not a tax on your groceries. This is something that is taxed on to when you go out to restaurants and stuff. So the nice thing there is we get to share those costs, those taxes, with the tourists from Maryland and wherever that come through the county and happen to stop and eat, so they can pay for some of the cost of doing business here and join us in that. So thank you for bringing that back up. And if you didn't hear that, basically it's about $1 million that's on the table right now, that if we increase it to the level that our neighboring counties are doing, that, you know, could help us out a little bit. Mr. Yakum, thank you for, Yakum, did I pronounce that correctly? Jocham, thank you for coming out tonight. I appreciate the comments. And then finally, Ryan, thanks again for coming out. At this point, I'm addressing the individual firemen and the EMTs, not the union. I'm retired Navy. I've been shot at with guns, rockets, grenades, and a mortar. You can imagine a naval aviator finding himself on the ground in Iraq. That's quite a surprise. I spent most of my career flying an airplane. It's almost as old as I am now, or as I'd like to think of it, what the government could and would afford at the time. I very much appreciate the work that you guys do. I've been, again, you know, I appreciate how much it takes to go put yourself in a dangerous position every day and do it again and again and again. So I do thank you for that. I love you guys. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming out tonight. We do our best to try to take care of you, but just like the government did the best they could with the, you know, giving me a really, really old airplane, we're going to do the best we can with balancing all the things that we have to take care of you guys while you take care of us. I do acknowledge and I do appreciate all that you do. Thank you. Oh, and I do have a nomination if I could.
Go ahead.
I need to nominate Mr. Anthony Tony Scarmozzi to continue his term on the Board of Zoning Appeals.
So motion.
I'll second it.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? Yes.
Yeah.
Do not need to vote for the.
But it's a recommendation.
The wording. So do I need to restate the motion? Okay. So I'd like to amend my motion to say that motion that we recommend Mr. Scarmozzi to be the representative to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
I'll second again.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I watch all the BZA meetings, and you know, there's rules and laws that we have to follow in the county and on the BZA. From my observations, Mr. Scamozzi seems to go outside of the perimeters that are set by the law, and it would probably not be in the best interest to point him.
Any further discussion? You want to elaborate, or you're allowed to elaborate?
Well, I mean, all you got to do is watch the meetings. I've spoken to Mr. Scarmozzi many times in regards to being outside of the law, making decisions and making giving applicants it's a Board of Zoning Appeal, and there's nothing wrong with helping citizens, but you don't come up with your own personal plan to facilitate something that's unlawful. So if you look at the the RPA. The RPA is made for a specific reason. So you don't build in the RPA. So if you allow one person to build in the RPA, all you're doing is open a floodgate that will cause many, many problems. So he suggested that allow an applicant to build in the RPA, which would mean, I think it was 80 square feet. So that's 8 by 10. So you have all these people that are controlled by their RPA that would allow. So there's many people that have been denied swimming pools, sheds, all type of other things that are in the RPA. So if you open the gate, you're going to cause a flood of problems. And he's opened the gate on more than one occasion. So, you know, he's a wonderful man, but you know, it causes the county liability, and we're right in the middle because if you notice that there's an appeal, you know, from Amazon that he stepped outside the bounds on, along with pretty much every meeting. So that's my reasoning.
Mr. Chair.
Stroud.
So I'd like to offer that we delay this vote to another meeting because the gentleman that we're talking about, he's been in the county for a long time. He's very knowledgeable, and he does have a lot to offer. And by no means would I advocate building in the RPA. But I do advocate if a citizen is trying to accomplish something and there's a way to do it within legal means, that we help them and give them that advice, not to do it illegally or not to do it inside of that. But we do offer that. That's not necessarily the job of the zoning appeals board, but there are people within the county that can do that in community planning. But maybe we delay the vote and have a chance to talk to Mr. Scarmosi and just before we vote on it and get his opinion on maybe altering his attitude in some of the meetings.
Mr. Chair.
Stones.
So unfortunately, we can't. We can delay it, but his term already expired. There was a miscommunication between he and I, so his term's already expired. So I'd like to go ahead and vote on it tonight. Contrary to what you said, I think that there's been one case that we didn't see eye to eye with him on. I've spoken with him about it, and that case has come to a reasonable resolution. I've also spoken with him about his views on Amazon, and I feel like the views that he has not only on that, but other things around the county are in line with my own views, and so I motion that we recommend him.
Okay, so let's vote. Is there a second? Second, yes. So we have a motion, properly seconded. Any further discussion? Collins?
Yay.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Bender?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Aye. All right, Ms. Bender, you had a recommendation as well.
Yes, I apologize. I forgot this one. I would like to recommend Ms. Tracy Sullins for the at-large representative for the Library Board of Trustees, which starts in June.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir.
Sullins?
Just want to clarify, this is a non-paid voluntary position. That's correct, Mr. Smollett?
That is correct.
You're going to abstain.
Yes, I'll be abstaining.
Stroud, how do you vote?
Aye.
Bender?
Aye.
Collins?
Aye.
Sullins?
Abstain.
In order. Chair votes aye. Motion passes. All right. Now on to me. So a couple things I want to say is, number one, I want to recognize, if you're familiar with CT Eats, which is part of our school programs, and Mr. Terry Rinko. they just received of all the schools in the state of Virginia, just received a bunch of awards for just the work they're doing in our schools. There are some great things going in our schools, and we get a privilege to work hand in hand with them, and it's great. And I just want to recognize them tonight. They got a banquet coming up that I'm going to be attending. I also want to recognize our superintendent, Jesse Boyd. Of all the superintendents in the state of Virginia, he was selected as one of the tops, and they're taking him to Florida to a trip down there, and he's going to be speaking at one of their conferences down there. So just a thank you to them, and thank you for all the work they do in our schools. It's just it's great to see King George getting awards, especially in our school system. We have a very good school system. We got some good teachers and some good people up there that are in charge, and they're making some good changes and making some good decisions. So thank you very much for all that you do. I can't concur more with you on the water. I've been talking about water. It's one of the reasons why I ran. You know, I've been pushing for on the state level. There just has to be some things done as far as, you know, no potable, drinkable water being used for anything industrial like that, as far as paper mills, data centers, things of that nature. We are the data center capital of the world. We have 70% of them here. One of the biggest things with Amazon is the fact that they want to drop the straw in the water to cool their system. We got better things to use our water for. We do have water. Hampton Roads is pumping water into the aquifers, but they can't pump it in fast enough. And really what it takes for us to do is to stick to the Constitution of the state of Virginia, of who that water is meant for, and put in laws and put things in process to where, you know, good drinkable water, which is there for our survival and for our entertainment, is not used for things like paper mills, data centers, and things of that nature. So I talk about it. I talked about it last night when I was with the farmers. You know, just all the things we're doing to save this and keep King George rural, and people want more houses, and it's like people just don't understand. They literally don't understand. There's a lot of people that want to fill their pockets, but they don't understand the damage that's being done. And, you know, King George, at this point in time right now, we can't take another hop yard, especially 2 hop yards, and we can't handle it. Infrastructure's got to be put in. Some things on the state level need to be done to address it, because the very things that we're trying to stop from happening, you know, people talk about the global warming, climate change, and things of that nature, what side of the fence you're on. A lot of the things that we're doing to quote unquote stop those things are the things that are actually causing it. And we need to get you need to pay attention to the state level. You really need to get involved as far as what's going on, as far as our water in our state is going. It's really, really important. I also, as I made a promise this year when I became chair, that I would be at any and every event that I could possibly be at. And I'm pretty much booked up for the month of May. I'm working on June. There are days when I'm hitting 2 events at a time. I'm staying half at one and half at another. And whenever I go somewhere, I'm always asked to speak. So I got to give a impromptu speech or something like that. And it's a pleasure. I love doing it. Last week, I also went to the solar meeting that was put on by the public. Had nothing to do with us, but they asked us to come. I came late, and then I'd given a speech. And I kept hearing about people talking about how they're just not aware, and things are done in secret, and they don't know what's going on. And so I just asked people how many people have been to our website lately, because our team's done a great job in building our website. And I get calls from other communities going, "Who's doing your work?" Because that stuff looks great. They basically want to steal our people. But there's a block on there. You can go right on there. It's really easy to find. Go to our county website. You can sign up for alerts. And then you'll get a thing will pop up. It'll say library alerts, public hearings, and you check everything that you want to get an email about, and you will get an email letting you know exactly what's going on in your town. Sometimes as adults, we got to take a little bit of responsibility for what we don't know. All right, but the tools are out there. I'm not asking people just go watch a meeting. I understand it's impossible. When I was on your side, I didn't sit and watch a ton of meetings. I came to a few, but I didn't sit and watch a ton of them. But just get online if you can and just sign up for it. You know, the meals tax thing, that I've heard that a couple of different times. I would encourage you, sir, to go out and visit some of your small mom and pop restaurants in here, and they're not in agreement with you. And the reason why is because they're struggling. And what you end up doing is you'll have your big corporate restaurants, but you'll shut down mom and pop shops. When you take a bakery bakes a cake. There's no meal tax on that cake. They put a knife in that cake and cut it into a piece. And I don't know how many people that want to pay $5 for a piece of cake. And that's really what it comes down to. Once the knife touches it, you bake a pie, great. You cut that pie into slices, you bake muffins. And those people out there who are nickel and diamond, who are struggling to make payroll, and it's a husband and wife team working because they can't afford to hire employees, you should go talk to them. Chick-fil-A is not going to bother them. and some of the other ones. But there's places that most people aren't going to walk into a shop and pay $10 for a chicken patty sandwich with no fries attached to it. It's just not. It's very hard to do. And so people like a small town feel. People like to walk into a restaurant, and if you grew up here, it was Tom's Snack Bar, Shirley Country Kitchen. It was Howard's after that, and those are the hubs. It's Dave's down the road. Those are the places where people meet, congregate, and talk about everyday life. But those are the types of places that we would end up hurting. It is something, but there are other ways for us to bring in. But I appreciate you bringing in. I know that it's not ill will. I know that you're bringing it because these are things that are coming to your attention, things you're trying to do to help, and I appreciate that. As far as the firefighters, I appreciate you showing up. This last meeting I stood here, I'd gotten noticed that someone made a comment to the fact that they were scared to come here for their job. That comment was never made by this board. And matter of fact, last meeting I said, this is a safe place. Whenever you want to, you can come here and speak. And I hope that you understand that. And I appreciate all you do. My father, how many years ago was it? He was preaching on Sunday morning, and right in the middle of the church, dropped a brain aneurysm on the spot. They gave him 3 days to live, and well, he's still kicking. And it's thanks to a lot of guys like you. I got into a car wreck right what used to be behind Perns, hit a tree. I got medevaced out. And by the way, back then it was volunteer fire. Got medevaced out. They saved my life. And so I'm very thankful for that. This is not a being thankful for you guys and what you do. I take it into account every single day. I can promise you that. Mr. Beverly, got nothing but respect for you. We've met a couple of different times last year. What I need to know is that when we do meet, that those discussions actually take place and that they go somewhere. Like I said, I meet with people every day, sometimes two different, takes away from my life, my kids, and my job that actually pays me money. And I bring it up because last year when you became the president, we met with you twice about the salaries, and I assured you that we were not going to cut salaries, that things were going to stay on the same pay increase and all those things. It was the very next board meeting. You came up here and gave a pretty fiery speech, about us not how we were going to cut salaries. And I met you over there on a break and said, why? We just talked about that. So why are we putting on a show right now in front of everybody, acting like you're fighting for something that's not going to happen? And if we didn't. So I want to meet with you. I want to talk with you, but I have to know that those meetings are actually going to lead to something, that when we discuss things in there and I reassure you of things, that you're going to take those things to heart. And I'll take the things that you say to heart. I can promise you that. Other things, I did go to Family Day. We had a good time. I got to meet a lot of people, and I'm getting known from all the small kids in the county as the guy who gives out the coins. I think, Matt, we might be running out of coins. So I walk around it. I walk up to little 8 and 10-year-old boys. Do you like coins? Right? And I give out coins all over the place. And so I just had a great time with that. I did get a chance to speak at a couple other events, and I will tell you, it's a pleasure to serve our town. People ask, how do you take the shots? I want to hear your concerns. I'm not big on complaints, but I'm really big on concerns, because concerns means it's something that we can still work together on and we can get something accomplished on. And I want to do all I can to support all of our departments, from in-house to fire to rescue to schools and all that. And I think we do our best job trying to do all that. I thank everybody for coming out tonight. At this time, I'm going to end reports. We're going to move on to the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda fully as presented.
Second.
Motion properly seconds. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Collins.
Yay.
Mr. Stroud. Aye. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
All right, we will move on now, and this should be rather quick for the King George Service Authority Board of Directors. And one thing I didn't get to mention while I'm wearing the green jacket is green is the color for the ribbon for celiac. So just so you know, that's why I have the green on. And one positive thing about celiac is I used to think that I was allergic to chocolate my whole life, but I wasn't. I was allergic to the chocolate that I liked had wheat in it. So that was a very positive thing. But I'm going to move now to the Board of Directors. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to move that we approve the consent agenda as written in the presented agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion properly seconded. Any discussion? I'll do a roll call vote. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Bill has stepped out a minute. I guess that would be an abstain because he is not here. Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up is our discussion about the general manager. We had over 20 applicants. Mr. Robotham and some of our staff, including Mr. Rasavi and Mr. Smolnik, were on the interview panel that did interview 8 candidates. And we have one that we're in discussions with. I think would be really positive for the future of the service authority, brings lots of experience. And we took them out to the plant today, 3 of the plants, and took them around the service authority to see who's interested. And I just think it'll be about a positive path forward for the service authority. I'm just going to say, but if we have any discussion or any motion concerning that.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Robotham.
I'd like to make a motion that the King George County Service Authority enter into hiring negotiations or a contract with applicant A, subject to approval by the county attorney.
Do I have a second? We have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? With that, Mr. Davis still hasn't come back yet. I'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Solons?
Aye.
As Mr. Davis is an abstain, and chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up, I'm going to give a little highlights. One of the things, as you might have seen, Governor Youngkin and the legislature had a lot of bills that they put in motion, and the governor had a second go around at finish signing them or rejecting and vetoing the bills on his desk. And one of the bills did get passed. I don't know exactly if he signed it yet, but this concerns the service authority. I have talked to several delegates in several meetings, the Rappahannock River Basin Commission and the Eastern Virginia Groundwater Management Advisory Committee, about this bill because I think it really affects small service authorities and small utilities. In this bill, and it's not that we shouldn't be doing this, it's the amount of paperwork and reporting that's required and the amount of staff time, especially in small utilities, and why this bill was proposed, because a lot of you have heard about the city of Richmond and their water problems and the Rapidan Service Authority. So this bill was HB 2749, and it is the Department of Health Waterworks mandatory reporting. Requires owners of waterworks to report any critical equipment failure or malfunction or contaminant release to the Virginia Department of Health's Office of Drinking Water as soon as practicable, but no more than 6 hours after discovery. The governor proposed 2 hours. The bill also requires owners of waterworks that are required to submit a monthly operating report to the office to include any non-critical equipment failure or malfunction that could adversely affect water quality, public health, or service continuity in such reporting. And the strain is we have a small staff, and if they're out trying to get your water back on or make repairs, to add that on, especially if it's on a weekend or after hours, that is, an extra role they're going to have to perform. So I did make it very known in these committees that I am concerned about that extra reporting and the strain it does put on small utilities. Not that we shouldn't be doing that. It's just where comes a line every time you have a piece of equipment failing and you have to report it out to a KG alert. As you know, unfortunately, sometimes when stuff gets out, people make up their own stories with Facebook posts or anything, and keyboard warriors. So my concern is it might provoke some fear in the community, especially if it's like, hi, we have a pump failure today, but it's already been replaced. But it just gives me my concern. It was done with a good cause, but it does give me some concern at the issues that it could bring up. I do want to go through, we did have our bi-weekly, we tried to meet with it in Bowdoin, our maintenance team, Mr. Eisenbeis, the county administrator, Mr. Rasavi, and about and Bryce Young was our county engineering and his assistant, Mr. Connolly. And we go over projects for the service authority, so we keep going in a smooth path. We went over the consent orders and meeting those consent orders and closing some of the consent orders that we have open. Some of those things is the UV system upgrade at Dahlgren, the dewatering at Dahlgren, microbar screening, SCADA improvements. We are working also with Bowman Engineering on our water master plan and on our looking at the Dahlgren wastewater treatment facility and giving us a plan of upgrading and possibly accepting reuse water or septage in the future. There were going to have to be upgrades and get a report that has the full engineering study with that and the cost associated. That's all I really have today. Mr. Rasavi, do you have anything you wanted to add?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
So I've gotten a few emails, I know Mrs. Sullivan has as well, constituents as far as automatic payments on water bills that hasn't been kicked in yet, where they just...
There is Mr. Wasabi he's been working with the Treasurer's Office in Finance. It's a little more complicated, but Mr. Wasabi would give a better answer.
Mr. Davis, I'm not sure there's two problems that have been identified. Some people are setting up their automatic payment and not changing it to whatever the actual bill, so they're continually overpaying their bill. And rather than correcting it to what the actual amount is of the bill that's received. Then I believe there is another issue, which I believe, Lavita, or have you been working with the Treasury staff on? And we're trying to get that resolved with the software from that company that the Treasurer has selected to interface a little bit better with our billing system.
Thank you.
Mr. Solons?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that. The question I got was, will Muni Billing offer an online billing thing? And from what I can tell, they do, but there's a fee associated with it, which seems kind of stupid because we're taking the person out of the loop. I mean, the money's going straight to them then. As far as automatic bill paying, you kind of have to work that through your bank, and that's why probably people are just leaving it as is. Is there going to be anything that Muni Billing can offer to take care of that? And why do we have to pay fees to make life simpler?
Well, first of all, the customers are no longer paying Muni Billing. The payments are going to the Treasurer's Office. Mm-hmm. And if you utilize their, I guess using a credit card or other, right, there is a fee involved for that because it's a third-party vendor who provides that service.
Mr. Solons, do you have further on that? When we switched over, we went in and there's some issues with the credit card payment and that the Treasurer's Office uses in interfacing. They are working through that. It's just not as quickly as we had anticipated. Is that fair, Mr. Wasabi? Some issues with the vendor that they have chosen. And then I know there's been some press on the Dahlgren water leak. Right now, there's only 4 hydrants that we will be replacing that have minor leak. That does not make up the whole issuance of the leak, but we are working diligently on trying to find it. They're still crunching data, looked at maybe a possible different company to come in and try to find it that has some more high-tech equipment. And then the other thing is, and Mr. Wasabi, you could talk a little bit more about this, is checking those meters at the wells.
We're scheduling with the manufacturers of those meters to come and calibrate them, because that has not been done in the past, to confirm that the meters are accurately reading the volume of water that's passing through there. So usually most jurisdictions do that on a 1 year or 2 year annual basis to make sure that their equipment is working properly. And Bowdoin is in the process of, I believe there's 3 different sets of meters on the wells at Dahlgren, and they're contracting with those individuals to conduct those tests, which I believe will be towards the end of June, I believe.
So that is an update on the Dahlgren water. Mr. Collins.
Mr. Wasabi, did you have opportunity to follow up on the leak that I passed on to you?
I spoke to the county administrator about that, getting the information so that we can send someone out there to look at that specific site that you discussed with me.
Thank you.
And Pastor Shaw, there was a tip from, and I forget which firefighter brought it to Sheriff Giles' attention, but there was, we found the leak, but it was a fire hydrant that there was a problem with, and that was fixed, but that was the $5 might be coming the way of someone for helping make a little. I was calling you out there, Pastor Shaw, because you'd offer up that, and I just don't remember the name of the firefighter who brought it to Sheriff Giles' attention. I'll have to get that from you. One other thing I want to mention is Mr. Solons had emailed me about a resident asking about the Potomac and the intake. And part of the problem with the Potomac is the amount of salt that's in there, and it would be much more expensive to treat. And mostly the larger utilities up near DC can afford to treat that water. And that might not be a possibility for us due to the expense of that it would do to treat that water in there. Does anybody else have any questions? All right, with that being said, do I have secondary public comment? Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak, please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Would anybody like to come up and speak? Ms.
These firefighters are my family. They help raise my children. I have one daughter, 50 years old and 46. When my children play sports and they get injured in the high school or in the middle school or anywhere, these people were there for my children. The sheriff, we had the best sheriff department. We had the best fire department and rescue squad. We had the best park and recreation for the children. But these people deserve gratitude and thank you. They work 7 days a week. I live very close to them. The sirens is up and down Sunday, Saturday, or 7 days a week. And all we give a gratitude to these people because they deserve it. They're working really hard for the people of King George. We have the best people. And I have 200 gratitude for these people. Even if I need them or my husband, they will be there. Or any of you right there. If you call in these people, they'll be there in seconds. And I wanted that you appreciated these people. But also I want to thank you for your service to the community. And I know this job is very hard, but you are responsible for all the decisions that you made in 2024 and 2025. Unfortunately, in the final meeting of 2023, the 4 supervisors approved the Amazon agreement, but Mrs. Bender said yes. She knew what she was doing for the reason, or you can still negotiate this data center. On the 8th of April, I came to a meeting for the Planning Commission. A lot of people were eager to sell their land to make a lot of money. That was because they were being offered good money. There were others like me that was against it. I am very glad the Planning Commission asked for more information because these people want to build data centers. They have been offered millions of dollars. They say it will be great for the people of King George because they will have more jobs. But these people don't care about our water and electric power that they will use. The rezoning of farmland to industrial used to make way for 869 acres complex in the Silstone area for 19 data centers will affect the county use electric power and water. I asking you to make the right decisions for the county. Data centers, solar panels, lithium batteries, rezoning from agriculture to industrial, are these things are really what is best for our county? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to give comment on the service authority only? Is there anybody online, Jeff? Is anybody getting any correspondence while we've been up here? Right, well, I'll close public comment and I'll take a motion for adjournment of the Board of Directors.
Move that we adjourn the Board of Directors to Tuesday, May 20th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. in the boardroom of the Rivercombe Building.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. The Service Authority is adjourned. Mr. Davis?
Thank you. Now we'll move on to 05-02 and 0503, public hearing. So King George County FY26 operating budget and calendar year 2025 tax rates by Mr. Matthew Smallnick, County Administrator, presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, citizens watching online, and those in the audience. Matt Smolnick, I'm your County Administrator. I'm here to proudly present the FY26 operating budget, public hearing, and the tax rates for calendar year 2025.
So this is just this is not something that we, oh,
Need to read this whole thing? Yeah, I read. Right, I think I did cover that. All right, good.
we good, Mr. Chair? Thank you, sir. So this gives you an overlook of, an overview of the FY26 budget timeline. This is something that your staff has been working hard on really since beginning of November. We get a couple month break from the time a budget is approved until we start working on. I'm already thinking of FY27 budget right now. So November 8th, this is whenever everything was sent out. Everything came back to the finance. December, we got a little chance to enjoy the Christmas holiday. Went right back at it. I want to thank my budget team. Really sitting down, listening to each and every request that we received from the county. This was not an easy budget. Part of this, there were 19 position requests. And I believe the delta, what was initially requested versus what are projected revenue, we had to close a gap of, I believe it was a little over $5 million. So $5 million in 19 positions is what we had to look at and vet. So I think the budget over last year increased by about 4.2%. So this was no easy task, but I really want to thank my staff and thank the board for the work on this. This has been a very public process, starting back from November all the way through. My initial budget presentation. On March 18th, we had our all-day work session. On the 11th, discuss it again, and you all set the public hearing at your April 15th meeting. So here we are. Proposed budget for fiscal year 26 totaling $138,458,371. Obviously, with a budget, the revenues and the expenditures need to match out, which they do. It should be noted that this does not include the King George Service Authority budget. That is a separate entity, so this focuses on King George County. And just by my numbers here, 1 penny on the real estate, almost $409,000. I applied a 98% collection rate on that, so really you're getting about $400,000 for 1 penny on the real estate tax rate. So I do want to say for the board and for the public that there is no proposed change in the tax rates for the next upcoming year. Real estate will hold at 68 cents, as will mobile homes. Personal property, $3.25 per 100. Machinery and tools, $2.50 per 100. Our meals, food, and beverage tax remains at 4%, and our transient occupancy tax remains at 5% on all room rentals 90 days or less. So again, about a 4.2% increase in budget with no tax rate increases is what we were able to come up with since we began this back in November. Expenditures by functional area, you look at this graph and you see schools right at 69 million, public safety 20 million, 20.4 million. This is a typical curve. This is what you see in most localities. The schools make up the lion's share of the expenditures. Followed by public safety. Public safety, the three biggest, if I can recall. Emergency services was 1, sheriff's office was 2, E911 was 3, and all three of those departments received increases in a particular budget, as did the schools with their local share. But this starts with the schools, goes all the way down to law enforcement, which are some special funds, selective enforcement that we get some grants for, but money in, money out, $51,000. You can see how the money will be spent, or will propose to be spent in FY26. Really, what you all focus on are the local funding. There are a multitude of grants from the state, from the federal government. We're focusing on the local dollars as the tax rates apply. So general properties, 44 million, make up the biggest share of our revenues. It goes right down. This information has been presented to you, presented to the public. How every dollar is calculated to make up these numbers. It's on the county website. It's been there for a couple months. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. But again, public information to promote transparency, how this was done. In addition to that, I stated it before, but something new as the new county administrator with a budget, I wanted to put a note section. So whenever the public looks at the document, how is money being spent? So I required all department heads and outside agencies to put a list in there. How is this money being spent? You can look at I'm just going to pull up economic development, the line code 5540 travel. This is for IEDC. This is for VITA conferences. So the public knows exactly how that money is being spent. And if they want to drill down any further, they've been more than welcome to come to our office to request this. But we did this just to add another level of transparency for the public and for this Board of Supervisors. Consumer price index, we've heard it all. This is, we've heard everything's getting more expensive. We as a local government, we are consumers, be it buying janitorial supplies, buying, supplies for our sheriff's office or paper for our copy machines. So CPI, we are not immune to the increase here. So this is yet another further challenge of how we cut $5 million out of the budget from what was being requested from all these different departments. So where do we look at from our surrounding localities? So of course, you got the locality in the far left column. The current rate is in the middle column. Proposed tax rate for the next fiscal year is in the right-hand column. You see King George holding steady at 68 cents. You look at the surrounding localities, down the northern neck up to the Fredericksburg area. You'll see the Caroline County went from 78 to 52, and there's an asterisk next to that. This was a reassessment year. So their equalized rate due to their increase in assessments was 50 cents per 100, and they went up to 52. So although that tax rate comes down from 78 to 52 on paper, equalized rate was 50 cents. So if they're doing a 52, it's actually a 2-cent increase in tax rate. So we're going to go through the reassessment process. We're going through it right now, and this will be part of the FY27 operating budget. I've got a feeling we're going to have an equalized tax rate, and I'll explain how that works to the public at that. But that's the explanation with Caroline County. But as you can see, with the level of services that we provide our citizens, we're doing it at a substantially lower real estate tax rate, which of course make up the lion's share of our local revenue. So remainder of the budget calendar, here we are tonight, May 6th, a public hearing on the operating budget and for the particular tax rates. By state law, you cannot approve a budget tonight. We can just hold a public hearing. We do have to wait a set number of days. That day will be coming on May 20th, where the operating budget and the tax rates, will be approved, hopefully by this Board of Supervisors. And then following that, there'll be a resolution to appropriate funds for the FY26 operating budget. So we were almost there, starting back in, really we started getting these documents ready in October. 3 more steps to go, and we are there. So if there's any particular questions from the board, I'll be happy to answer them now or after a public comment.
Any questions from the board?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. I'm now going to open up the floor to public comment. The public comments are concerning the public hearing we're having right now concerning the budget. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. To ensure everyone has the opportunity to speak, please state your name, district in which you vote, so we in the public record. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to the public hearing? Yes, sir.
Good evening again, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Tristan Beverly, President of the King George Professional Firefighters and Paramedics, Local 4438. So I'm speaking tonight on the budget, on serious matters of public concern, the delivery of fire suppression services to the members of this community. These comments are my own, made in my capacity as the local union president, whether you want to recognize me as that or not, and do not reflect the position of my employer. So look, I know that going through a budget is hard, and you guys have a very hard job, and I appreciate all the executive staff, all the work that you guys have done. But nearly, $210,000 has been cut from fire rescue services budget, claiming that ATL funds or aid to locality funds would backfill that loss. But ATL funding, I just want to clarify this, it's not new money. This has been around since FY 1984 and has been supporting departments across the entire state alongside the general funds. And it was never intended to replace local dollars. It's meant for protective gear, SCBAs, training, and now with full recruit academies going, turning zero experience into certified firefighters, those funds are more critical than ever. Reducing the budget by this amount is really just, quite frankly, it's probably dangerous. The reduced overtime budget by $100,000 puts the county at risk of leaving stations unstaffed or forcing firefighters to respond alone. And well, last year, we had an example of actually a citizen was saved in a house fire, but that first due engine responded driver only. And I brought that to attention last year. And then just a few weeks ago, they responded driver only, Tanker 2 did, and NDW arrived on scene first. Oh, and we got all that from actually listening to the radio traffic by public reporting of that. So, and this has happened multiple times in Fairview Beach and in Dahlgren. I asked this question: are you prepared to explain to the public why no one came when they called 911? I understand the meals tax has been brought up. This is a revenue source that many counties use to fund essential services. This sits underused. I'm asking you to just relook at that. We're not asking for higher taxes. We're asking you to prioritize public safety with the revenue you already have. You know, someone on this board on January 21st said, if you want more money, go work for Stafford or Spotsy. That really doesn't help. And if that's truly your position, then you're telling firefighters and your citizens their safety doesn't matter. If you truly believe that, I challenge you to look at the families of our firefighters in the eye, many actually who are here tonight, and say that their lives are not worth funding a fully staffed fire department, one that meets NFPA 1710 standards. Budgets have consequences. We live those consequences. I really don't enjoy playing politics. That's not something I like doing, but we've shown up for you. Now we're asking you to show up for us for scheduled meetings, and I look forward to meeting with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan McGill, Shiloh District. 2.36 cents. That's what almost $1 million equals if we adjust the meals tax rate. You guys have discretion what to do with that money, that nearly $1 million. You could use half of it to give employee compensation. You could use half of it to give tax relief to our citizens. Because that money, I've heard, Mr. Stroud, I think it was you, I apologize if I'm wrong, but you've talked in the past about all the people driving through our community, right? They take from our services sometimes, and they could help spread and pay into it and help fund this county more. I'll give you an example. Let me do this first. I want to clarify something, Mr. Davis. The business doesn't pay the meals tax. The person visiting the establishment does. So if I go into downtown King George at my favorite coffee shop and have a cup of coffee and a slice of cake, and I spend $10, if you raise the meals tax to 6%, I'm now paying 20 cents more than what I was before. I'm paying that. That money is received by the establishment, and every month they send the money to the county that I paid, along with all the other people that are now coming down 301 and visiting our establishments. They can help make up this budget gap, and maybe we could do something with that extra fund. Like I said, at your discretion, maybe give some employee compensation for retention, lower the tax rate. It's your decision. I hope you guys will look at this going forward, because I believe we're going to be here again next budget year, and we're going to be discussing raising property tax rates. And I know none of us wants that. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Is there anyone online? Has anyone received any correspondence? Mr. Stone, do you have a comment?
I have a question for Mr. Smollett. Can you remind me how much unexpended funding is in the fire department budget as we approach the end of the FY?
So I think we have, what, maybe 8 weeks left in the fiscal year for FY25. I know with 9 weeks to go, I confirmed there was $2.6 million remaining in that budget that had not been spent. And I just want to note that the FY26 budget for emergency services is $8,865,933, which is an increase over last year, and it does fully fund every single position. So there's money available to fund all the positions. Whether or not they're being filled, I don't know, but the funds are there to fully staff each and every one of our fire stations for our citizens.
Anyone else? All right, so at this time, I'm going to close public comment. We didn't make a vote on this? No? All right. So I'm going to close public hearing. We're closed. We're on to discussion items. 05-06 Old Middle School demolition. Mr. Austin Wessel, procurement. You here? Bryce is here. Thank you, Bryce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm here to discuss the award of the construction services agreement for the demolition of the old middle school. Procurement issued an IFB to solicit responses from qualified sources for a contractor to provide all services, labor, and materials necessary for the old middle school demolition. 4 bids were received for this project. Demolition Services was the lowest responsible bidder. County Engineering and Procurement met with the contractor to confirm they had full familiarity with the scope and adequate experience to complete the demolition. This project is funded through the CIP, and the low bidder came in within budget. Staff recommended action is to authorize the county staff to execute a construction services agreement with Demolition Services, Inc. in the amount of $348,932, subject to approval to form by the county attorney.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, Mr. Collins?
So what CIP year was that approved?
24.
24, and we're 25, so it's in the 24 CIP budget. What was the budget for that demolition?
$600,000.
And what was the bid?
$348,932.
Okay. Thank you.
Spender.
I just wanted to clarify for the public, that also does include the hazardous material removal, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have one question, Chef Stroud. So after the demolition, what condition is the property left in? Like, is it being leveled and reseeded or anything? Is that a part of it?
The building foundation will be removed, leveled, and reseeded.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, wait till you recognize me. All right. So that was in the a year ago CIP. So I know it's I'm kind of a sticker on discussion items not going to action at the same meeting, but it was already approved last year. So I'd like to make a motion to accept the bid for the demolition of the old middle school in the amount of
$348,932.
to what's the name of the company, Mister? I can't see that far.
Demolitions Services, Inc.
That's my motion.
Second.
And approved by the county attorney in form.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Collins?
Yay.
Stroud? Bender?
Aye.
Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to move back to 0504 action item, Fox's Way resolution. Mr. Matthew Smolnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you can recall, at one of the previous meetings, Mr. Beal from VDOT was here, and we've had some numerous discussions on the acceptance of Fox's Way into the VDOT secondary system. The last remaining item would be surety for the road. Mr. Beal explained to the board that this can be done by a resolution by the Board of Supervisors. So typically a bond is placed whenever a road is constructed, held for a period of 1 year to ensure that there's no settling or anything of that nature occurs. With Fox's Way being in place for a number of years, typically it's your sub-base not being compacted or maybe a DI failing that needs to be repaired after that 1 year. In this case, we're very confident that since Fox's Way has been there for a number of years and is simply being overlaid with hot asphalt mix, we're not too concerned about that. But in order to close out this process, VDOT would need a resolution by the Board of Supervisors that is in your packet and was discussed last month, understanding that should anything come up, the board by this resolution would be held accountable for the up to $12,000 for potential repairs to Fox's Way from 1 year after it was constructed or overlaid into the state system. So any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, but I believe we discussed this before in the past. There's just a resolution before you tonight, and should the board wish, I recommend adopting resolution R-0625.
Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution as presented in the agenda on May 5th, 2025. I'm sorry, May 6th, 2025, and presented by Mr. Smollett.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
So you do me first when there's money and last when there's no money. Aye.
Aye or nay? I just try to mix it up like you did, sir. Mr. Sullins?
We're giving you time to wake up. Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Courtney. Next up, we have 0507 NeoGov applicant tracker. How are you?
I'm okay. How
Good.
are you?
Good. It's good to hear you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Well, first, I want to say good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Tonight, I'm here to discuss our current applicant tracking and onboarding system, talk about our research, our competitive analysis, and our recommended course of action. Benny Van Acker is our NeoGov representative, and he's online. And he's going to be joining in just a little bit to share a little more information about NeoGov with you, but I want to give you a little bit of background, if I may. For the past 7 years, or about 7 years once they passed, our county relied on Civic HR to manage our applicant tracking and onboarding. And that was kind of an add-on to our website. So, and we learned probably 2022 in the fall that they were sunsetting this product, and we chose to stay on because we were waiting for, there was potentially another system that would be countywide. So when they sunsetted in September of 2024, they terminated their HR platform. That was no more. But they told us that they had a comparable system with the same functionality as Civic, and they would hand us off to them. So we began that process. Unfortunately, our experience with the Criterion system has revealed significant challenges that directly impact our ability to attract and effectively process qualified candidates. I would like to highlight some of the challenges. This is not an exhaustive list. Standard HR forms do not upload correctly into the system. Organically fillable forms, such as federal tax forms, forms that already have fillable fields, they require manual adjustments, and we must add text boxes to each one and manually go in and calibrate them and align them. The system creates barriers for candidates attempting to upload resumes. We've had issues with that. Complete the application process. We have heard from some people that they are not able to actually apply or submit new hire paperwork. And so the other is the system is not optimized for mobile devices or tablets. That does create limitations in viewing job openings and requires candidates to apply using a computer. Hiring managers struggle to navigate the system efficiently, which we've heard from just about everyone that's using it on that side. When they're reviewing candidates and moving through the hiring process, this has particularly affected public safety because they have many steps and processes that they go through. Our HR team has invested at least 150 hours collectively in developing, maintaining, and creating workarounds for Criterion's limited capabilities. In response to the board's feedback, and inquiries during the January 21st meeting, our team conducted comprehensive vendor research. We engaged with end users and key stakeholders and conducted a competitive analysis. After evaluating the findings, we recommend NeoGov as the optimal solution to address our organization's specific needs and future objectives. After Vinny's presentation, I do have slides that I'm happy to share with you that are about our research and our findings. And we're happy to answer questions, of course, at any time. So I will hand it over to Vinny.
Hey, Susan, can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, I believe so.
Wonderful. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Davis, members of the board, County Administrator Smolnick, for inviting me here tonight, and not only to participate in this evening session, but support Susan and the HR department's effort to maximize operations. I see now it looks like I do have presenter control, so let me go ahead and start sharing my screen. You should see that title page there that says NeoGov Intelligent HR. We'll leave that up as our backdrop here as we dive in. Promise to keep things as airtight as we can and leave as much time as possible for any questions for us to answer. A quick and brief agenda for what I've had planned to cover is to share with you all a little bit of organizational background on NeoGov for anyone who may not be as familiar. Certainly a summary of some of the challenges that Susan had alluded to that this project is designed to address. And lastly, a really high-level overview of NeoGov's solution. So to start and to summarize a little bit of background on NeoGov, it's an organization that this year is celebrating its 26th anniversary, was born in the late 90s with an exclusive focus on local government, and that continues to be its big differentiator, kind of its claim to fame, if you will, in the software industry. Fast forward now to 2025, and NeoGov services over 7,000 government agency customers nationwide, quite a few of which, and Susan will share some deeper details, are localities across the Commonwealth of Virginia. The challenges that we're here to address today predominantly lie in the top left-hand side of this screen. Susan alluded to some of the struggles with functional issues with the existing system, but mainly our goal is to improve our efforts as it pertains to staffing, filling positions with the right and most qualified individuals, and bringing those folks into our county both efficiently and in a compliant. The struggles that the team has faced have proved quite common. Just to share with you all from my experience both at NeoGov, in my time working with the county, as well as the 10 years I've spent with the organization. This transition that folks have gone through from Civic to Criterion has rarely ended very well. And it seems very clear that company simply wasn't prepared to address some of the unique requirements we see in local government entities. As it pertains to NeoGov's approach in these respective areas, again, I won't cover all the nuts and bolts of all things NeoGov, but certainly hone in on the specific deliverables that the project is centered on. NeoGov as a software is what we refer to as an HRIS platform. And we love to use acronyms in the software world. What that distills down to are the modules that you see here on the screen, which in totality are designed to both unify and automate all things employee experience. That said, it is also a very modular software. So for scenarios just like this one, the goal is to empower agencies to address our most immediate needs, in our case, recruitment, talent acquisition, and onboarding, and grow and scale to address future priorities if and where they arise. For Susan and I, that starts though with Recruit. There are 3 core components that we'll be tackling, from advertising and attraction, talent acquisition, and the hiring process, through pre-boarding, onboarding, and offboarding. So step 1 there, when we have vacancies, of course, we need to advertise those positions. In NeoGov's world, that is a 2-pronged approach. Jobs are advertised primarily to what's called governmentjobs.com. If you're not familiar, that is the largest public sector specific job board. For those of you that may be familiar, I like to call it the Indeed for folks that are looking for government employment opportunities. That portion of NeoGov's system has nearly 40 million candidates that have created profiles, 125 million applications that have been completed and has sourced nearly 4 million hires from the site itself. In addition to that, Job Target is a tool designed to empower agencies and allow the system to actively read job descriptions for the positions we're working to fill and suggest sites from over 25,000 external and integrated job boards that are going to yield the right type of talent or the right audience and where they interact in looking for job openings. Now, regardless of where we source these applicants, from there, all applications are received in what NeoGov calls Insight, or its applicant tracking product. And Insight's designed to automate everything from requisition to hire. So posting and advertising strategically, as we just touched on, to taking in applications electronically, automatically screening our candidates for both minimum and preferred qualifications to efficiently create that list of eligible candidates, then provide that to our department heads, conduct our interviews, and make our final hiring decisions. Additionally, within this product alone, there are over 100 standardized statistical reports, all of which were built from 26 years of working with government agencies and the analytics that they need to leverage most often to consistently improve recruitment efforts. Once we have made our hiring decision, we're going to wrap this up with the next step from there and bringing those individuals into the county. So from a new hire standpoint, think of this as the virtual checklist that supports all new hire requirements. I-9, W-4, direct deposit form, my handbook acknowledgement, my training videos. All of those things I need to do as a new employee to create that fully electronic employee record. Same also holds true for supporting separation and offboarding when folks, for one reason or another, leave the county, doing so again in both a comprehensive and compliant manner. That would include asset retention reminders or notifying IT to shut down an email address and transfer a phone line. All of those things that we need buttoned up prior to employee departure. That therein lies the nuts and bolts of what we have been focused on, if you will, in the phase one of the county's project with NeoGov. The last thing I will share with you is just a little bit of context as to why government agencies typically choose NeoGov. And it almost always distills down to industry expertise and experience. Again, NeoGov only works with public organizations, industry-leading user experience and customer success or customer support, and the scalable nature of the technology, as I mentioned previously, to allow us to address our immediate needs and challenges and align future growth opportunities if and where they apply. So I will pause there. I want to thank everyone just simply for the opportunity both to share with you all a little bit of background and context of what the HR department and I have been working through, and certainly open it up to any questions the board may have.
Thank you.
Mr. Stroud? So the system that you're talking about right now stops at the hiring process.
As far as phase one, yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Susan.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if you were asking me or asking Benny.
Okay, so is she going to go on? You only covered stage one, but are we looking at getting the system for beyond stage one? Or are you just stopping at stage one for questions at stage one?
I mean, it does have more capability. I just went with what we're using currently, and then it has potential to grow if that were to be a desire that you'd want to look into. As far as some things that he had there on the board right here, but we didn't dive too deeply into those. I know that they exist, and that was one of the components of our competitive analysis, is how far can you take us?
So what is the county using today to digitally manage all of our employees' data?
Besides it being in Criterion, or besides it having lived in Civic, we have paper. We have paper files, we have paper checklists, we have things that we manage that way.
So there's no automated way. So where do you keep performance reviews at?
In a file cabinet.
Okay, so this is a question for Mr.
Van Acker, or Vinny, you can call him
Vinny,
Vinny.
for Vinny. So is this system, is it going to cover the carrier connections? Like whenever somebody's going through this process and they enroll in insurance or dental or whatever, are those carrier connections already for the government employees? Are those already inside your system, those carrier connections?
The short answer to the question is yes. Now that's a component more so of what you see in the bottom left-hand side of the screen, or a product that's aptly referred to as benefits. So not something that Susan and I have necessarily proposed to address the immediate recruitment onboarding challenges. Benefits, when it comes to the concept of onboarding, obviously a lot of times goes very much hand in hand, but that product itself is under the purview of at least what we're planning on doing right now.
Okay. So right now, whenever an employee joins the county, how is that being done? Are they manually having to complete their benefits forms?
They do in Criterion. That's one of the forms we provide to them. So I'm speaking healthcare, for example. We send it to TLC because they upload it into the Cardinal system. So I don't know about the connectability as far as with the system into Cardinal.
Okay, so I'm unfamiliar with these systems. So right now they're completing a form.
Yes.
That you submit to TLC.
Yes.
And the Cardinal system does what?
My understanding at that level is it submits it to Anthem. It submits it to the carrier. And part of the process for me is that for benefits, I need to sign the form, I need to date it and make sure it's completed correctly. Because sometimes they do it outside of the date range, and maybe their benefits might be rejected.
Okay, so do we have to pay anything for TLC?
No.
Okay.
Not beyond what you pay for the healthcare. I mean, it's all included. That's just where I send everything. Because they manage the healthcare with Anthem. It's through the state system.
Okay. So you've got dental, you've got vision,
yeah,
you've got health, you've got your short-term, long-term disabilities, those forms they enroll in.
So short-term and long-term is either going to be, depending on your retirement plan, is going to be through VRS, and that's a different. You don't sign up for that in the beginning unless you're signing up with an outside vendor like Aflac.
Okay. But the employee has to fill out those forms.
They fill them out with our representative, Amy Hardy, that comes to all of our orientations. And then, for example, she'll be here this week to meet with people to renew some things, and at our benefits fair tomorrow. So.
But they're all done hard copy.
They're all done hard copy. Yeah.
Because the part of the challenge with that is the ability to make mistakes, not completing them. And Vinny, your system allows for completion of all these, correct?
Correct. And even form field requirements just mentioned. So if there is a field format, a simple example might be the last 4 digits of the Social Security number. If I only include 4 digits, technically that form is going to immediately notify me that it's not complete correctly. Or field requirements. If I miss a field altogether, forget to sign a form, there are, again, procedures systematically that prevent me from submitting that as a complete form until it's done.
Right. So basically what he said is you can't go any further. You have to, and you can make the decisions on these things so that for somebody to complete, they can't move past it until they make a selection. Okay. So almost like idiot proofing it. Okay. These type systems, by buying and paying for software like this, you can replace staff jobs with this because it eliminates the human error. The employees complete it themselves. It goes in, and an HR person can, they can see the results from it. But essentially, Mr. Smolnik can get a report that says all the employees have completed their enrollment. or he would know that if somebody hasn't, then he could contact the department and say, so-and-so needs to complete this form, so they have their dental. The benefits to this is that you don't have an employee going to get dental work and you find out whenever they get there, they don't have insurance or they didn't do something. And the benefit by them doing the carrier connections is that it reduces the error or the fault or coming back to the county failing to do something. A county employee, I'm talking about from the HR department or something like that, failing to do something, and now one of our employees doesn't have coverage. It just eliminates a lot of the error. Is that correct, Penny?
100%. The one point of clarification I would come back to, and carrier connections again are quite common, of course, in benefits administration, open enrollment, qualifying life events. You know, the onboard process that Susan and I have been working through, absolutely, like we just touched on, will hand digitize the forms, the field requirements, effectively provide to the HR team what they need to facilitate enrollment. A true carrier connection, meaning I have gone in and actually made the selection like systematically and then transmitting that data over to our carriers, administrators, and providers. That's what you see there in the bottom left-hand side of the screen. So not something we're necessarily proposing right away. Our immediate objectives are more so, again, the new hire experience completing documentation.
Right. So
what's the cost of the onboarding? What's the cost of that?
Do you mean for our current system or for NeoGov? Vinny could answer that. I can answer our current, what we pay fully. I brought the contract with me.
what is the cost of that?
Okay, let me find that page. Excuse me.
While she's looking for that, there's other things that are up on the screen. The time and attendance is huge.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, what Mr. Smolnik? Yeah, that's where I was going. He said paper copy.
But so it's only for one section of the pie, apparently.
Well, that's what she's looking for. What I'm saying is that, you know, this is like you can plug and play, but it is the efficiencies, the advantages that you get to something like this are huge.
So, but this is only one piece of the pie. So how much is the whole pie, Vinny?
Well, that's different because it goes by the number of employees.
Well, so
hold on one second. What's the did you find the numbers?
I did.
What we're currently paying?
Okay. Currently it's $66,817.76.
66,000
No, $6,817.
Annually?
I believe that's annually. Our contract renews April of 2026.
So how does that compare to NeoGov?
Vinny could answer that better than I could.
Yeah.
You don't know how much it cost us?
Let him answer.
And she answered the question.
To the comment that just came up, I'm 100% spot. The cost of this subscription absolutely predicated upon the scope of work, products used, size of the organization or agency. To put it pretty simply, though, like for what we're trying to do in applicant tracking, onboarding, and talent acquisition, it's about $25,000 a year.
25. So what's the cost? So that's 25,000 for the license. Is there an overview cost, like to get on board with this?
Yeah, there's non-recurring setup training implementation that goes into the front of the NeoGov contract. In total, and we broke this down, it's more of a curated proposal for the county that's also prorated to capture the tail end here of the existing fiscal, but that's also quite fluid as far as our timeline. But it's like around $5,000 for onboarding. I'm trying to do some quick mental math for the three setup costs that are associated with each product.
So $25,000 a year plus how much to set up? You know how many employees we have. What number did you quote?
Most recent service estimate that we put together is from a couple of months ago, which is why the prorated start date was from a while. But here's the itemized setup cost for each respective product that carries an implementation. So there's $3,300 on the recruitment side, $1,980 on the onboarding side. Then as we get into the recurring or the maintenance or software as a service for subscription, that's where, again, ballpark $25,000 per year for the products in scope.
So how much, I just asked the question, how much would it cost a year other than the 25,000? Knowing the amount of employees, what's the answer? Not the proration and all that. What's just give me an answer. Give me a number.
The $25,000 per year is inclusive.
Plus,
is there something else?
There's not a plus beyond what he was talking, the prorated. It's 25,000 includes everything.
So how much for the benefits pie and all the other pies?
So now, the question, like if we wanted to look at all things NeoGov, let's see if I can do a quick calculation for you, or even build something, obviously, and share with the team thereafter. You have a calculator.
While he's doing his calculations, Sue, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So, did you look at other organizations or other companies, other vendors?
I did, and actually, I spoke to. So I heard of a company that's on a different slide of the PowerPoint that I have, and I actually spoke to the HR team that implemented it. And so we then talked to another team because I sent an email out to all of Virginia, whoever in HR would like to answer. And that's also in our presentation of the people that did respond and who they are using. And then we actually went to every company or vendor, we actually spoke to an end user, and we spoke to the company itself. We, spent time in the demo as a team. We did that. And so we have that information further on, but we did speak to others. And I will say that our experience was there are cheaper options. I mean, Vinny will say that there are. However, what we found is that when you go with cheaper, it's more man hours for us. So our cheapest on here, I actually spent time with their HR trying to talk about their system. It took them several months to get it set up. So the less of the cost, the more it's going to take for us to get it up. And we actually did a demo with that particular company. I put in a help desk ticket, and it took me about a week to get a response. So the support just is not the same.
I got you. My concern, though, is the negatives that you expressed with the current system. While Vinny was chatting and going through his presentation, I called up 3 different sites here. This one has 46 reviews of NeoGov. 40 of those have complaints against frequent technical issues. 42 of them say it's a complex form management, so some of the stuff that you're already having problems with, and then high additional costs, which Mr. Collins pointed out. This one here says the look of the site is tired, could be updated. I'm not worried about that, but this one also says reporting can be difficult for those that don't understand table structures and SQL script. And then finally, this one, 60% of the customers say that it's the form management is too complicated, and then another 60% says the high cost and limited options available. So what you're saying that you're dealing with, I feel like we're paying 4 times as much to keep dealing with.
So for myself, I could say, and Vinny can speak to that if that's fine.
Mr. Smolnick?
Yeah, let us finish, please.
Well, I was going to, before get into all that. So why didn't we put this out to bid?
So right now,
Specifics?
well, back in January, the board, this is when I made the initial presentation, the board instructed me to direct my staff to come up with some options. The staff has looked at those options, and I know there's a PowerPoint that Susan has. I think they looked at 4 different vendors for this particular. So we're simply responding to the board's direction from January of this year, which is what Ms. Courtney has, and I've looked at that presentation with the 4 different vendors for applicant tracking.
Were you involved in the webinars and the demos that you
No, sir. I just due to my bandwidth, I let my staff do it, and then they have a presentation talk about their findings with each individual vendor.
Why don't we have a complete package, put it out to bid with specifics of what we need, including benefits and learning management system and tracking, so we can track all that so it can be reportable, and filling out the evaluations forms on
If that's the will of the board, absolutely. You know, I know back in January, we were talking specifically with the onboarding software. That was where my discussion was in January. That's, if the board would like to go bigger with everything from timesheets and all that, we'll be glad to do that. Just, you know, looking for some direction from the board.
That's when Mr. Wasabi was talking about having issues with
hiring. You couldn't,
things were in the wrong
that's
spaces
correct.
and things weren't showing up and things of that nature. I recall.
But there's also issues with
If there's other issues that we need to be solving, then maybe we need to be, you know, that was one specific issue that was brought to our attention, so we dealt with one specific issue. But if there's other issues we need to do, then maybe we need to get together and talk about everything that we need to solve, bring Mr. Stroud involved as far as time involved in all those procedures and things we're doing and what we could do to cut down on some of those times and make it more efficient across the board. I think that's what we're saying right now, right?
That's what I would like to see, because
we also have a question from Ms. Bender as well.
It's a question and pointing out, because in my role, I've been upstairs a lot. We kill a lot of trees with our payroll, and it's the amount of paper that is used, and using something like this would be important to cut down on the finance staff and the payroll, and to make it more accurate and accountable than on a whole bunch of paper copies. So I wanted to ask, like adding little tiers onto the, like you have little, I guess adding on to it, is that, how much of a cost is that to add on?
Completely contingent on the scope. It comes to quick calculation for the agency side, but for the entirety of the platform, like a safe estimate, it all in is like $150,000 a year.
Okay, so each thing is added, but if you got everything on that wheel there, it's 150. I just wanted to point that out because I have seen, and we can be much more efficient in processes and time in our, especially in finance with digital payroll and reporting.
Well, it also give you data that you can use for analysis for long-term budgeting, short-term budgeting.
Absolutely. So, Vinny, so on your learn, does that include, like, there are a lot of these systems pay into these to other education areas where there's a lot of different courses that employees can take, and there's no cost to it.
Yeah, so NeoGov's approach is learning management product. There's over 1,300 public sector specific courses built into its library. And when I think of that or say that, you know, I'm saying both like the compliance side of the equation, workplace safety, sexual harassment prevention, as well as courses that are far more job, department, or purpose specific, leadership development, public safety, and law enforcement, which has very unique certification and license requirements and training requirements for that. In addition to that, the ability to create design trainings as well as track certain licenses and provide proactive notification against expiration date.
Right. So, but that's all included if you get that, like.
Correct.
Okay. So, and then managers can go in there and they can select curriculum for their employees to make sure that they maintain those certifications annually, and then they get a report generation and data analytics on that too, correct?
Entirely.
Okay, can you go back to the wheel again, please?
So, Mr. Stroud, so like on the learning management system, Mr. Dines was sexual harassment, FOIA, and all that. So he really shouldn't be involved in that. I mean, the employee should be able to go in and do the sexual harassment module, go in and do the FOIA module, go in and do the workplace accidents, W-2s. Everything should be able to.
Yeah, it can be pushed out without going through the IT. IT would still have to do the cyber stuff probably, but then there's probably some cyber training that's included in this as well.
Correct.
Is there cyber included, Vinny?
Yep, he said there.
Correct, yes.
Yep. So, okay, I think, I think we need to definitely look at getting a lot more, because the county will be much more efficient. And, I think with this type software, like we use ADP, but it does the same type of thing. So, and it's automated. I mean.
So Vinny, would the total system also include like work orders for work done, and so we can track track all the work orders so we can figure out what the costs are for the future?
I wouldn't say by virtue of what I just heard. Cost center allocation or specific job code tracking, absolutely. And running your reporting and data to I imagine, get to the same analysis that you're referring to, but I would not consider NEOGov a work order system.
So there's not something involved in that where I can say, hey, I need a light bulb change. I put it in the system, and then whoever changes light bulbs says I received the light bulb change and it's going to be completed by this date and it's completed on this date?
There are certainly elements to the system that can support what I just heard. It's mainly a function called e-forms, which is in the technology world, we call it workflow process automation. But I think to the question, and I'm familiar with technology, I think more so designed around what I'm hearing there, that's more automated around resource allocation and assignment specifically for work orders. I just wouldn't call NEOGov a work order system. Yes, there can be workflows designed to initiate the process, form completion, chain of command, sign off, and then ultimately execution upon completion. Like, think of it as like the conduit to all of that can be done, but not a work order system by definition.
If I can jump in. So the thing is we have to be careful with is the things that it comes with is, there's a lot that it comes with. What he's saying was 150K, but whenever you get into things like this, we have to be careful because if they start developing something, it goes into development, then it gets really expensive. So whenever you start asking, and the things I think you're asking for are easily done in a software the county has called MS Teams. And that type of stuff, the workflows and everything can be in there, and you can monitor it, you can track it, you can do Kanban boards and all that right in MS Teams. It doesn't cost us a dime.
So let's so when you track work orders or supplies, you can say, okay, we use this amount of janitor supplies per year. And this, how much does it cost, right? So, but he's telling me that it'd be a setup fee and all that for this.
Yeah, that would be expensive. The way to do that would probably be using an existing system and using, we have a system that will do that, but I would have to get with finance to see if we could export it and pull it in.
But we know, Mr. Stroud, that, okay, POs say that we bought this amount of janitorial supplies, right? It doesn't say it's used for this building, and this building, so you can track it. So it appears that building A is using 5 times the amount of cleaning supplies as is necessary to do the job. So you can, what I'm looking for is data, budgetary and for the managers.
Yeah, but
everything.
Yeah, I don't think this does a lot, but this doesn't do that. This is workforce management. It's not your operations management. And so, but you can achieve a lot here and save a lot of money and efficiencies without counting rolls of toilet paper. Getting into operations management, there's different tools that we can use that we already own for that. If we just teach the staff how to use those, we can develop it, teach the staff how to use it, we can do that.
So wouldn't that be, so if you have the capabilities to do that now, wouldn't that be a part of the learning management system?
That would be in there, absolutely. In Learn, he's got.
Be required to do by this certain amount of time so they know how to use that particular thing?
You could do that. I'm sure, Vinny, in your Learn, you've got Microsoft products in there.
And the ability to create or design trainings along this exact use case that might be completely unique to the county. Whether it's a recorded video from that department, PowerPoints, tests, quizzes, assessments, all of the above. But yes, Office as well is in the library.
Because if you take the data, if we get them like with the letter of direction with the material and stuff, once we get the data in Excel, then you can go into Power BI, and Power BI is going to produce you the visualizations that you're looking for to be able to manage that. Mr. Smolik would need to manage stuff.
What we're going to do right now is we're going to stop this right here. All right. And the reason why is because this is a discussion that we can set up an appointment with Vinny if Mr. Collins wants to, Ms. Stroud wants to, and I think you have some direction, County Administrator, is that right?
Yes, Mr. Davis, though, is the will of the board that we have a complete system?
That's what we just said. So we're gonna look into the cost of that. Is that right? You understand? I want him to tell me back what he's heard.
And is it?
Give Matt a chance to tell me what he heard, and then we'll see if he heard what we wanted.
So I think what Mr. Collins is, do you want me to set up a meeting with NeoGov to understand the full system from, somebody finding a job all the way through, their 20-year career here at King George County? If that's the will, yes, I can set up the meetings with NeoGov, with these boards to understand a full package and what that menu board would cost for each of these different, I'm not sure what you want to call them, items up here on the screen.
So anytime we, sorry, Mr. Davis.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we need to develop what we want, and then the companies will bid their price to what they can produce. So we need to know what we want before we jump into stuff. What do we want?
And and he's exactly right. That's why I was suggesting that I said to Ms. Courtney that we need to meet with staff to see what are some of the problems that we need to solve that we're having all over. So we're not just putting patch here, patch there, and then adding on later on. What else can we solve with this that you feel is important? How is it going to save us time? How is it going to save us money? All those things involved, and how is it going to help you guys really edify you and help you do a better job, right?
Absolutely.
And if this isn't the solution, what is the solution? Well, let's look for a holistic solution to cover everything that we need to do. Mr. Collins, do you want to be involved in that?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Stroud, would you like to be involved in that process? Mr. Sullins? Mr. Sullins is a yes. Ms. Bender, we'll leave it to them. You got a lot of stuff on your plate right now. All right. And then, Matt, you and I will meet and talk about the findings after all that. Does that sound good?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Courtney, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Benny,
thank you for being here.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Now we're on to the County Administrator. Matthew Smoldick, board recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me pull this up. So the first, I have 3 items here. The first one would be a recommendation similar to what we discussed earlier in the evening. There is a vacancy on the Board of Zoning Appeals, and there is a recommendation that this board make a motion to recommend Mr. Charles Hertenstein, to the Board of Zoning Appeals for the James Monroe District.
Mr. Smalling, I wouldn't mind to making a full slate so we can move it quickly. Do you mind if or one at a time?
So this one would be a board recommendation to the circuit court. The other 2 are a little bit different motion. So it'd be my recommendation, you look at this one appointment, similar as we did earlier in the meeting, and we can do the other 2 at one time, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
That's good.
The motions are a little bit different.
So do I have a motion for this? Mr. Charles?
Mr. Collins, I would make it, but it's your appointee.
Make a motion to recommend to the circuit court Charles Hertenstein to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
And then, Mr. Chairman, the next 2, I believe you can do at one time. So these are actually board appointments to the L.E. Smoot Memorial Library Board of Trustees, Mr. Weldon Burt, representing the James Monroe District. And then the second recommended for board appointments for the Rural Transportation Advisory Committee, Mr. Chris Clark, Director of Parks and Recreation, and Ms. Lucy Tuthill, Planner from Community Development to the RTAC.
So moved.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Now we move on to secondary public comment to address meeting items only. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name, district in which you vote, so your public comment can be properly recorded in the public record. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Is there anyone online? Has anyone received any correspondence? At this time, I will close secondary public comment. We'll move on to the closed session. Do I have someone to read?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Stones?
I don't care.
I'll read in all three. I just want to clarify. Mr. Stewart, just one at a time? All right, I will read the first one. I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene in closed session pursuant to 2.23711A7, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body. For the purposes of this subdivision, probable litigation means litigation that has been specifically threatened or on which the public body or its legal counsel has a reasonable basis to believe will be commenced by or against a known party. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. And 2.23711A8 for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. I invite the county administrator and county attorney as needed because they are deemed necessary and or their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of one or more of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23712F.
Second.
Motion properly seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Votes aye. We are in closed session.
I'm gonna,
That was just like, oh, well.
I need to give him this.
All right, I'm going to move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to the public meeting. What was the first motion?
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
You're back.
Second motion, I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting and no action was taken.
Second.
Mr. Collins? Yep. Mr. Collins?
Certified.
Ms. Owens?
So certify.
Mr. Stroud?
So certified.
Ms. Bender?
So certified.
So certified.
You ready for the next one?
Ready.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene in closed session pursuant to 2.23711A7, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation, where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body. For the purposes of this subdivision, probable litigation means litigation that has been specifically threatened or on which the public body or its legal counsel has a reasonable basis to believe will be commenced by or against a known party. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. And 2.23711A8 for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding the specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. I invite the county administrator and county attorney as needed because they are deemed necessary and/or their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of one or more topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23712F.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, may I add to that motion and also like to invite via phone our employment attorney, Ms. Jackie Thompson with Fort Harrison.
I will make that amendment as presented.
Second.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Closed session. Hey, you might want to crack that door open right there. Might
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to the public meeting.
Second.
Motion properly seconded for discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're back in open session.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting and no action was taken.
Stroud. So certified.
So certified.
Bender.
So certify.
Mr. Collins. Mr. Sullins.
So certify.
Chair certifies.
All right, next one.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Sullins.
I want to note the time. It's about 45 minutes till. Should we make a motion that we extend it by 30 minutes?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'll just start. I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene in closed session pursuant to 2.23711A7, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in an open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body. For the purposes of the subdivision, probable litigation means litigation that has been specifically threatened or on which the public body or its legal counsel has a reasonable basis to believe will be commenced by or against a known party. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter, and 2.23711A8 for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. I invite the county administrator and county attorney as needed because they are deemed necessary and or their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of one or more topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.237128, or F.
Second.
Motion properly seconded for discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're in closed session. I used to manage a store. I used to do it the other way around. I'd make it like,
exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting, and no action was taken.
Second.
Mr. Collins,
Certify.
Mr. Stroud,
So certified.
Bender,
So certify.
Sullins,
So certify.
Chair certifies.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn the Board of Supervisors Tuesday, May 20th, 2025 at 5:30 PM in the boardroom of the Revercombe Building.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.